the Honorable Secretary. I'm humbled and delighted this morning to take you through the notice of today's meeting. At the notice year 2022 annual delegate meeting, notice is here given that the Society 51st annual delegate meeting will be held on Monday, 14th February 2022 from 9:30 a.m. at Safari Park Hotel, Nairobi. Registration of the delegates shall be done at the above said venue on the same day, starting 6:30 a.m. Transport shall be available on the same day at Harambee Sacco from 6 a.m. The agenda shall be as follows. Number 1, to read the notice convening the meeting for the year 2022 annual delegates meeting. Number 2, address by the board chairman. Number 3, address by the guest of honor. Number 4, to adopt and confirm minutes of the 50th annual delegates meeting held on 22nd February 2021 and discuss matters arising therefrom. Number 5, to receive and adopt the audited accounts of the year ended 31st December 2021 and distribution of surplus for the year 2021. Number 7, to receive the supervisory committee's report. Number 8, to approve the proposed amendments of the society's bylaw. Number 9, to pass resolutions. Number 10, to appoint society's auditor for the year 2022. Number 11, elections. Number 12, and the last one, any other business for which 15 days notice has been given. Yours, Rola Gatweri, Honorable Secretary. Can I have a proposer and a seconder? Omanda, kindly give me my mic.
Thank you, ONSEC. I'm member 14889, Isaiah Mwanda, Chairman of the County Branch. I propose.
Okay, can I have a seconder?
Yes, I'm Jeremiah Muriera, member number 1214, 43. I second.
Okay, thank you so much. I wish you fruitful deliberation as we discuss today's matters. May God bless all of you. Thank you.
Okay, delegates, thank you for that. And I will request that with your permission, we leave out the address by my address to you, and also address by the guest of honor, and also the other introductions, so that we can pick them once the guest of honor is here with us. So from there, then we go through the minutes, which I'm sure they have been sent to you. And you have gone through them. So, can I ask for a proposal and a seconder? We clear the minutes. I'm sure you've gone them. Okay, Zano.
My name is Wilson Molem Zano, member number 92820. I propose.
Who seconds? Anampio?
Yeah, morning delegates. My name's Alois Anampio, member number 71,000. May you know the DC, I second.
Okay, thank you. Any matters arising that you feel that, yes, Ekai?
Good morning, all.
Morning.
I'm member number 158072, branch delegate, SGB unit. I would be guided on this before we adopt the minutes on maybe a correction or an insertion of a clause on minute number what? Minute number 3, section 2 of that minute. That a resolution to increase society delegates minimum deposit from Kenya shillings 400,000 and share capital of Kenya shillings 20,000 to 650,000 respectively. Clause 3971G, page 11 of the minutes.
Clause? That's 9.7G.
Yes. Which says, of the bylaws to be amended to read, provided that one to be an elected delegate be of, or he or she shall have made savings, deposit in excess of Kenya shillings 600,000 and share capital of 50,000 by that 1st December of the year preceding the society's branch elections, or as may from time to time be determined by the annual delegates meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, dear delegates, I think leadership is a costly affair. And by having such kind of a thought, it is a good one for the leadership of this society in order to enhance the growth and the continuous patronage of society. And my view is this one. The clause, as it is such open to an extent that any person who thinks to come and vie for leadership of this society would wake up as at 1st of December 2020, maybe at start of December of that year, preceding the election, thinks of maybe doing what we call the share boost, or even depositing the share capital at that time, and just for the purposes of being elected as a branch official. For me, I would wish we include a clause that this share capital to have been deposited to the Sacco's accounts 6 months prior to election.
6 months prior to election.
For this one, we'll ensure that as much as we'll go for the leadership, we'll have the leadership which has visionary, who has the Sacco at heart. Number 2, when it comes to issues to do with share boost, some will run Sacco as at 25th to do share boost for it to be elected. For share boost as well, if anybody thinks doing what you call share boost, the share boost has to be done as well 6 months prior to election. I seek to be guided. Thank you.
Okay. There is a proposal by one of the delegates that amount of qualifying must be in the Sacco 6 months towards before the election. Before we go to discuss the merit of it, is that for this year election it cannot apply. It can only apply for the next coming elections. Because for us to amend the bylaw, you need to have given a notice in the notice 14 days before today, and then you must have a specific notice talking about amendment of the bylaw. So Ekai, what will happen is we'll take it up, and the next time, God willing, when we are coming around, we'll discuss it with the delegates. But I request that we just maintain the clause the way it is for the time being. But when we are coming down for the other elections, then we are going to affect that change. I think it makes sense that if you feel that you want to promote the Sacco, you should not be saving for the position. Sindio? You should give the Sacco money to do business. Ekai, I totally agree, but I wish you did a notice to the board early enough so that we will have brought it here, and immediately after AGM before the election would be affected. But we are late for next general elections. But it's a very good suggestion. Other Saccos we are comparing with are doing even 1 year. Because there is no need for me. I just come, there's a position, then I put money. That money is not helping. You are only doing that for election. But going forward, that's a consideration. We'll discuss it in our normal forum, possibly from the game changer, and when we are doing our member education, so that we are together. And thank you very much for that. Another issue? Okay. So that means that we are done with the minutes. The next item is to receive audited accounts. Is the auditor here? Huh? He's on the way. Okay. Chairman Supervisory. Maybe you can come and read the supervisory report. Yamo.
Good morning. My report is in page 25. And if you look at 25, you will see that there is a summary, supervisory report summary, which is added on 7 issues. Number 1 is mobilization of funds, credit management, forces, technology, corporate governance, performance of the board, finance department, human resource and staffing, records management, and disposal of idle asset. And I've highlighted important issues on those particular headings. Now I want to go ahead and read my report. Mandate. In pursuant to the provision of Cooperative Act on the mandate of Supervisory Committee, the committee conducted audits and inspection and summarized our findings as follows. Those headings that I've already alluded to. Mobilization of funds. The Sacco to be preferred destination for Sacco issues, the Sacco must embrace. Number 1, share drive. It is time the Sacco engage in share drive to improve critical ratios, which is institutional capital. Fixed accounts. To augment the share drive, the Sacco should introduce attractive interest rates to fixed accounts. However, the most important ratio, institutional capital, did not improve in terms of statistics, even though in value it improves. Therefore, it is our sincere prayer that the board, management, and members will give this ratio the necessary attention, since there is a deadline of compliance. There's a problem there. The ratio actually improved, but not significantly. It improves from 4.7 to 5.1. But we need to be on the required, the ratio should be greater than 8%. Furthermore, remittance does not compare well with the increase in the loan book value and the level of performance in the year just ended. We appreciate the comparison between deposits and loan book. For a very long time, the deposits have been in excess of loans, but now the trend is changing. Credit management. In the period just ended, the society loan book was Kenya shillings 24.3 billion, compared to the previous year of 21.8 billion, an increase of 11.47%. We are happy to report that the Sacco has improved in the overall performance, except for certain prudential ratios, which must be improved for for the society to be seen to be sound footing in the specifically addressing institutional capital. From the financial statement for the last annual meeting in the previous year, provisions for loan delinquency was at 363 million compared to the current provision of 416. This compares very well with the industry average, which is 5%, whereas the Sacco is at 1.4. This is commendable, and the management should be encouraged to maintain and improve the tempo. In the previous year, we pointed out the society outstanding external loan, which was at 3.3 billion, which attracted an interest expense of 267 million. During the period under review, the amount increased to 3.4 billion, which has attracted an expense of 401 million. This is an area of concern, and the board, management, and members must address this issue urgently. The committee recommends, therefore, before gearing the society needs to generate more funds internally before turning to external sources of funds. It is imperative that we use more equity than debt to finance our operations. Forces. In the year just concluded, the committee conducted audit and inspection in various forces, which indicated that the internal controls were effective. However, the following areas were not satisfactory. Petty cash. The expenditure in most of the forces are on the increase. 2, reconciliation statements have outstanding issues. Staffing level, some of the forces were understaffed. In the previous report, we indicated the following areas should require reconciliation: main accounts, Sacco, ATM, M-Pesa, bank, banker's check, and point of sale transactions. In our considered opinion, these areas must be dealt with decisively. Finally, the committee recommends that the Sacco adopts the mode of transferring funds as instituted by cooperative bank instead of issuing checks to the branches. Technology. We recommend that the Sacco adopts appropriate steps to achieve the following. In aligning the Sacco to 2021-2025 organization strategy, ICT was innovative and a driving force, providing digital quantum leap unrivaled by its peers. Not only did ICT churn out more digital products, but it accelerated the speed of service delivery to its members, providing account status checks via SMS, ensuring accountability, providing alternate deliverable channels like agency banking and others. In the year 2022, Harambee Sacco, DT Sacco, will endeavor to augment the use of technology through the following venues. Number 1, provide seamless hyperconvergence. Members will be provided with seamless and integrated Sacco services across the frontiers. We will be able to transact through web portal, mobile channels, Sacco agency services, and ATM, providing unlimited options in all integrated and transparent to the members. Security. Realizing the detect frauds, offer smart underwriting decisions for insurance, among other inherent capabilities. Corporate governance. Corporate governance is the epic center of decision making in any organization. In this regard, all decisions that can either be profitable to an organization or occasion losses are at the heart of corporate governance, and therefore to serve various interests that exist in the Sacco, we recommend corporate governance audit to be carried out to give together assurance on management of the Sacco. Performance of the board. On average, the committee of the boards performed well based on their current performance. Moving forward, the Sacco should introduce performance evaluation metrics to enhance improvement and enhance the current skill in the Sacco and reduce gaps in skills, knowledge, and attitude to ensure continuity. We recognize slight increase of membership by 0.4% and wish to state that this area for aggressive campaign to enhance performance. Finance Department. On a positive note, it is worth noting that there was significant increase of assets from previous balance of 32.5 billion to current balance of 34.6 billion. This is commendable improvement of 6%. Another capital adequacy ratio that needs attention to is deposit and saving stroke total asset. Whereas the society is oscillating between 66 in the previous year and 65 in the current year, the Sacco is yet to achieve the standard prescribed between 70 and 80%. We therefore recommend that the management to use all strategies available to meet this prudential ratio. Human resource and staffing. From the financial statements, notes to the accounts number 8, the number of full-time staff as of 31st December 2020 was 125, an increase of 2 from 123 in the previous year. By the end of the year 2021, the society total staffing level is 123. The committee encourages the Sacco to continuously endeavor to recruit only on critical and need basis. Record management. This is an urgent need to carry out stock of all our records. We noted that some files cannot be traced as from 2018. This is an area of misfiling, and this may cause delay in sync fund claims. We recommend that the section be beefed with adequate staff and ensure all records are properly maintained before digitalization is rolled out. Loans forms dispersed are yet to be filed. We recommend that the section be renovated so that it portrays a good image of the Sacco. Finally, disposal of idle assets. It is regrettable that the disposal of nearly assets has dragged on for a considerably long period. In this regard, the board and management have made feeble attempts to dispose of the matter. However, it is apparent that they have not been successful. In this year 2016, we recommend that these assets be sold at their current valuation. To date, they continue to drain resources through rates, security, and maintenance. Please, delegates, make a decision resolution to dispose. Signed by Chairman Supervisory Yusuf Yamu. Thank you and good morning.
Okay, can I have a proposer and a seconder for, yes, Rosalyn?
Happy Valentine, delegates.
Happy Valentine's.
Rosalyn Gore, member number 111370. I propose.
Who seconds? Yes, Douglas.
My name is Douglas Elsiro, HSC, member number 72063. I second.
Okay. Any issue on the report? Yes, Gidongori.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to ask about the credit management, whereby there's a time that you borrowed 3 billion. That is, where is it written? In the previous year, we reported out of the society outstanding external loans of 3 billion, 023, 056, 488, that attracted an interest of 267 million. But the previous year, you also borrowed about 3.4 billion, which attracted about 400 million. My question is, if you see the difference of 3 billion and 3.4, you realize that the previous year that you borrowed 3.4 billion attracted a lot of interest. Does that mean that where you borrowed, the percentage of the interest was bigger than the previous one? That is the question.
Okay. Any other issue?
The other issue is about the human resource staffing. This question has also been highlighted. It was highlighted by the official last year, whereby it was asking how do you recruit the staffs? He's asking that the way you recruit the staffs in one area is overstaffed and the requirement is not needed. That is the question.
Another question before we go to answer those two questions? Yes?
I'm member number 101, 4398 from police headquarters. I have a question on forces. I can see there is a reconciliation outstanding. Reconciliation statements have outstanding issues. And I can remember very well, for the last 2 years we have been talking about this. It would be better if we are told for how long will this one outstand, because it's affecting us a lot and our members back at home. Another question is on records management. It has been a very big problem where the sink fund people die, and then when you go there to claim, you are told that you have not updated your records. And here brings a lot of problems, because when one has lost his beloved one, it's a problem if you took the form there yourself and then you are told it has not been updated. It's not the work of the member to update himself, but then you take your form, duly signed, and then it is updated. I would like to get an answer. It makes us go back. Like now I have 2 issues which we talked about, but they are going to be solved. We finished at the level of education in Nairobi. Surely, Mr. Chairman, let us do away with this. Records management, let us do, we take your form there, it is done once and for all, the same time you take it there, so that we don't go back to these things. We've talked about them last year but one, and then today. Let us take note of this and do out with them once and for all.
Okay, thank you. That's Rosemary. Okay.
Good morning, delegates. My name is Rosemary Morevi from the Ministry of Interior and Coordination, Harambee House branch. My question is on Sacco in regard to the technology, as it has been highlighted by the supervisory chair. members have been complaining on Sacco. When they withdraw from the Sacco, they can only deposit to their M-Pesa numbers. So I even saw it. It was highlighted on the Facebook, one of our social media handles. And my concern this morning is, now that we collaborated with Safaricom, can we have an alternative, just like the way other financial sectors are doing? When you are withdrawing, instead of depositing first to your number, to your mobile number, we can have an alternative of others. Remember, once we get charged twice. For example, if I withdraw to my number and I want to send it to someone, that money goes to the Safaricom, of course. So if we can have an alternative of others, whereby instead of depositing first to your number, then you would maybe you want to transact to other numbers, then it will be cheaper for us. Thank you so much.
Okay. NRB. Kidogo tu.
Hello. I wish to have a clarification from the Supervisory Committee, page 25, on fixed accounts. On this statement that says, however, the most important ratio, institutional capital, did not improve in terms of statistics,
even though in value it improved. Hapo nimepigwa chenga kidogo. We need to get a clarification. What do you mean by statistics? And then again, what do you mean by value?
Okay. Omido, you be answered.
Yeah, just one second.
Yeah.
On the issue of disposal of assets, okay? I wish maybe the board should talk to us about this. It is an issue that has come up year in, year out. And if the board cannot tell us their thinking, then delegates will need to make a determination so that it doesn't appear again in our next AGM, hoping I will be there. Okay, the last one, Chairman, because I know we will not visit the issue. My brother talked of being responsible. And therefore, we need. Sorry?
You said?
I want to talk to a matter that our brother touched when we talked of last minute. Mm-hmm. Yeah, our brother is saying we need to be responsible, and as leaders, we need to fill up our top up, our shares and deposit 6 months. But again, I ask, do we want to be leaders forever? In any case, why do we want to look like we are stopping others from competition? The 31st December deadline is appropriate, and let it remain. Okay? Yeah, I don't want members to just sit and we'll discuss this in WhatsApp. This is the right forum. That proposal cannot go through if we have members at heart, really. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, just a minute. At the behind, I can't see properly. That is who? Yes. That is DCI. Okay.
Good morning, delegates. My name is Michael Mwakio, member number 109154, DCI headquarters. Okay, I'd like to appreciate about the performance of the board. As far as we have come, we have tried to see something is happening within the areas of operation. Having recruited 0.4% membership is a step in the right direction. You do ask the board to go a step further and engage the media. Because in the morning you see Harambee Sacco, the more you preach about it, the more the membership out there will now see the need to join the Sacco. Our products are all international standards. As far as I can talk about them, we have so many loans, it's an appreciation. But we need maybe for the current loan, which is Sinuka. Maybe signatories are many. I think members are going to discuss about it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. The mic here.
Thank you, Chair. Stephen Matinde, Ministry of Health, Government Chemist, Branch Secretary. I have two issues, Chair, on page 26. Finally, the committee recommended the SACCO adopt the model of transferring funds as instituted. Members in the ground, they are asking that when I take a loan, maybe 3 million, and possibly I want to buy, instead of coming for banker's check, can the society kindly provide for electronic fund transfer that I can get a loan of 2 million and I want to buy land somewhere 2 million, I instruct FOSA just to transfer that fund directly rather than me taking banker's check and doing M-Pesa transaction, even if it was to come at a cost. Two, Chair, when members apply, we are talking of looking at technology. When members are to apply, when a member is supposed to apply for a loan, in that loan application form, when a member gives me as a delegate to take it to Harambee Sacco, we write our GRIS PIN number there. Now, the question is, PIN number is very personal. When they write it in a check, when they write it in a form, and that form gets lost somewhere. Somebody is able to access my GRIS. You can imagine the type of damage that can be done, and also the privacy of that information given there. A very good example is the Teacher Service Commission. They have developed a way that the SACCO is able to access some information. But for Harambee, I have got to give my PIN number. This is not right, and is something that should be looked at very urgently, because members are not comfortable with that arrangement where they are supposed to give their PIN. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to address this meeting.
Yes, okay. Let me ask, first of all, we deal with those questions.
We'll start with the Chair. As for Visori, we deal with the issue of Omido. The issue of interest rate will be dealt by CEO. You also deal with HRM. Talk of reconciliation. Record management. You deal with the matters raised by Rosemary. Omido and disposal of assets, that George will deal with it. I will deal with the issue of Omido in terms of the shares that we increased, the deposit and the shares, and the proposal which was brought by Kai. And then Wakio, yes, thank you for that, but that will be dealt by CEO. And Matindi's issue will be dealt by CEO. So Amos will deal with the issue of Omido on the issue of fixed accounts, that's the improvement in, not improvement in value. And then you leave the others to George and me.
Thank you, sir, for noting Thank you, sir, for noting
this particular statement, but in my presentation, I alluded to the fact that there was a problem. There was a statistical movement from 4.7% to 5.1, which I noted that was not
captured the way I wanted it to be captured, but I noted it was not a significant improvement. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. So there is concern that in the year 2021, interest expenditure increased from 267 million to 401 million. How did this happen? In the year 2020, we borrowed from Cooperative Bank, but we did not take all the money at once. We were picking the money on need basis, so that by the end of the year, we had already picked all. So at the end of the year, you find the external loan balance reads 3 billion. But that 3 billion was not a debt throughout the year. Now 2021, we open with an external loan balance of 3 billion. Then we are charged interest for 12 months. That did not take place in the year 2020. So as a result, the interest expenditure for 2021 is higher than interest expenditure for 2020. It does not mean that in the year 2021, we were charged at a higher rate. No. We stayed with the loan for a whole 12 months. That was not the case in 2020. The second concern is about human resource. And the imagination here is that we are employing and we are not employing on critical areas. If you look at the change in staffing between the year 2020 to 2021, I think we are talking of only 2 people. And those 2 people indeed were critical. If you recall, when we were going around in the delegates, regional delegates meeting, we highlighted that we have separated audit and risk. So today, we have risk and compliance department, and we have staffed it with a manager, separate from audit. We also explained, when we were coming around, that we have reorganized what used to be credit. We are calling it today operations and credit, and we have staffed it with a head of department. In the course of the year 2022, we will indeed staff a few areas. Like when you talk of risk and compliance, and you bring the head, then there must be people to work with. We have been careful in increasing the numbers, and I want to assure the delegation that we are not just increasing staff members. The third item is with regards to records management. First, I want to admit we are not yet there, but we have made significant move between the years 2020 overlapping to 2021. And we have already started putting on digital platform all the loan forms, all the updates in Nairobi. We have not managed to go out of Nairobi, and I think in the budget that we are going to approve today, we are saying we get authority to go out of Nairobi, and then, if possible later in the year, we start full digitalization of all records that we started accumulating in the year 1970 to date 2022. It is true, we are not yet there, and we apologize. It is an action that is going on. Then there is an observation about Sacco, specifically that we enable the system to allow members to move funds directly from their FOSA accounts to whatever transaction they want to do, instead of, first of all, moving it from FOSA account to M-Pesa, then from M-Pesa, then they transact. Well noted, the technology is already available. This will be implemented. The chairman supervisory also commented on the ratio, institutional capital ratio, against the actual figure in shillings. It is true, the increase in the institutional capital ratio was small, from 4.7 to 5.1. However, as you are going to see in the financial statements, if you look at that change in shillings, it is running to over 130 million. It means we put aside some good amount of money, but the effect in terms of the ratio is so small. Why? It is because of our size. That ratio, the regulations require that 8% of our total assets should be in reserves. Not yet. When you talk of 8% of Harambee, Harambee is currently at 34.6 billion. 8% is almost 3 billion Kenya shillings. That is not small. However, we are on a journey toward, and currently we're at 1.6 billion Kenya shillings. In the budget proposition that we are going to look at, we are proposing that end of this year, 2022, we be more generous towards reserves. And if possible, we increase reserves by 600 million. This year, last year, 2021, the increase was just slightly above 100 million. With that, we should be growing closer to full compliance by the year 2023. Disposal of idle assets, I think we are together. One of the resolutions that we are going to address today is on disposal of the Nyali property. So I think we wait when we reach the part for resolutions, we discuss the agenda of disposing of Nyali property. Then there is concern on guarantors to Inuka. Yes, including possibility of self-guaranteeing. We take it as feedback. We are going to go back and review and implement what is practical. On funds transfer, yes, it is true. We should be able to allow a member to request that if they take a loan or their funds in the FOSA be transferred to whichever destination, and we use multiple methods. Actually, it is already in place. It is only that we encourage the banker's check because of the evidence. But even with funds transfer, there is no problem. There is also evidence on the same. What we did not do, we have not taught the members education, but that is already in place. You can actually request that we transfer funds directly from your FOSA account to any destination of your wish. Banker's check has been very popular because majority of our members, they are transacting with funds below 1 million. But any request of funds above 1 million, it now becomes too expensive to transfer using banker's check. So I wish to inform the delegate and all members present that functionality is already in place. Make a request, it will be effected. Then there is also concern on sharing of PIN numbers, Greece. In the short run, let's continue with this, but it is very, very true. There is a new Act of Parliament safeguarding data management, and it is true this could be in breach of that particular Act of Parliament. I know the Commissioner is settling, and anytime the Commissioner will have regulations. Currently there are no regulations, and that may make it very difficult for us to continue operating. We will liaise with the official, we will see how TSC is doing it, and if possible, we will adopt an alternative method. But I want to assure you that so far, so good, we have not come across a case of misuse of grease by our staff. So in the short run, let me assure the delegate, we have not abused, but he is very right. According to current terms and conditions, guided by the Data Management Act, there is possibility we are in breach of that particular law. Mr. Chairman, I think that answers the batch of questions that we already received. If you allow, we could receive more questions and concerns. I'm being told the guest of honor arrived, so the chairman is, but the office is not vacant. The office is not vacant, so delegates, you relax. You cannot cross over. There is a vice chairman. He will continue.
Thank you, CEO. I think from where we left, we can just continue. We receive your concerns as members from the Supervisory Committee report. So please...
we can continue getting the questions. Any concern? Take the microphone to him.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A member number 011-023, Gilbert G. Mutua. As I raised a concern during our regional meetings, Mr. Chairman, as I looked for the stakeholders or the members to attend the stakeholders meeting, I came across a senior member who at the moment a share deposit of equal to 2.7 million. In this century, he was not able to acquire a loan from the Sacco, and he obtained to acquire a loan from a commercial bank, a loan of 5 million, so that he could put up a house. He was about to quit the Sacco, but I told them that the Sacco is in a position even to buy off that loan because the amount that they are not paying is just small. So I think these are some of the concerns, Mr. Chairman, that should be addressed so that members can acquire loans, do the various means that they can. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other concern? Any other concern? Take the microphone that side. Yes?
My concern on supervisory is on one thing. We can apply loans online. The management has not informed we delegates and members how they are conducting issue to do with the employer's recommendation. We might be at risk because some of our members, majority being civil servants, some might be applying those loans online. At the same time, maybe somebody is facing in addiction, or somebody has been dismissed, or any current that might occur. So the supervisory might have failed to confirm to us or to inform us what steps they took on the application online applications.
Okay, delegates. Before we continue, I want just to restrict ourselves to what we are discussing, because I think we are getting out of it was the supervisory report. Right? Number two, let's not repeat what we went through when we are coming to the region. Sindio? So then, if we are going to bring them back again here, it means that we don't need to be meeting at the region. Sindio? So let's restrict ourselves to the business of today. If it's a supervisory report, we'll look at it. If it's an issue of loans, has not been touched, my brother. Okay? So I want we restrict ourselves to the supervisory report. Okay? Yes?
Thank you, Chair. I'm Frederick Nyakinda from
Interior Branch. Today I can sit pretty so happy because of that supervisory report that is touching on technology. I'm so passionate about technology, and I've seen a raft of plans that are underway. If we're gonna implement what we have stated, then I think about 75% of our problems shall have been sorted out. I want to encourage the management and the board to go on with the leveraging on the big data analytics and also the intelligence, artificial intelligence, because this one is going to push us forward and even be more competitive to the Sacco and even banking world. However, I would want to know, because I've seen it's a plan for 2022, that when we come back to this, because I'm sure I'm coming back, God willing, we are not going to see such a report again, because it shall have been a past event. And I ask the delegates that when this budget comes to us on technology, please let us support and approve, because this one is going to take us to greater heights. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, the last one.
Thank you, Chairman. I have an issue on page 26 of the Supervisory Committee's report. That is out of forces. Number one, petty cash. The expenditure in most of the forces are on the increase. Just trying to find out if the forces have no ceiling on petty cash, if they have just been allowed to spend as they wish. Because I believe this is a public institution which has regulations. When you notice petty cash going up that much, there's a problem. Could they tell us what interventions or what recommendations they have given to the management to maybe to look at the ceiling to avoid such issues? Because we may end up spending all the money on petty cash, which is not the regulation. Thank you.
Okay, just to report, our guest of honor is around here, and I want to go and pick him. But before I do that, I want just to address one issue which was not addressed by Mr. Omido on the issue of savings. I want on the onset to inform you that Harambee Sacco is savings and credit. Before we talk of everything, and if you are a leader and you don't trust us with your money, you want to come and supervise those money, charity begins at home. We are calling stakeholders to ask them to give us money. So if you are going to save for getting elected, that is what we don't want. We want, because you'll be working against somebody who has religiously saved and given us money to do business. But you just want to put money so that you can do what? You can be elected. And that is where we are losing. We are looking for money. We can't get enough money. We go and borrow. It is a cost to us. Then you want to be a leader and you don't want to give us money. I think we need also to change and focus, and that we are here for business. While we talk of Sacco, it is business. Indio, everybody is asking a return. I will tell you, if you take the 400 million that we have spent on a loan, that's another 2%. We'll be talking of 10%. And our customers will be very, very happy. So as officials, including even directors, they need to save. And saving is not an option for any leader who wants to be a leader here in our Sacco. That is something we agreed, and we have to save. Even you remember, I even don't know. Somebody like me, I will want to be paid when I do business with Harambee, or I do anything related to my function. But I'm not taking loans. You find I'm an official. I'm not even taking patronizing the products. Now, how do I sell them to the other people if I'm not part of that? How am I going to encourage members? You know, like in public service, that information is out. They will know how many shares you have. When you tell them to increase and you have not increased, are they going to increase? Let's be practical and let's be religious about Harambee. We want as official to be speaking about Harambee. Everything should be the Sacco. Should be the provider. If it's savings, we lead by example.
If it's taking loans, we lead by example. It's not that we are preventing we are preventing competition. Because if you believe and trust in Harambee, leta pesa. Na utakuwa nini? Utakuwa kiongozi. Lakini kama unakaa unangojea 6 months ndio unakuja unaweka hapa 2 months, 4 weeks. Then there is somebody who has been giving 30,000 every month. Na wewe unaleta 12,000. Let's be serious because we are leaders. And leadership is costly, sindio? Okay. So allow me I pick the guest so that don't waste then all the other questions which have been asked by Fred, Omwanda, the other team will be answered. Just give me 2 minutes. Okay.
happy to have our guest of honor with us now. And I think we'll start our program. And our program will start by introduction. And I want we do introduction through regions. And we'll start with the Northeastern region. You just raise. Okay, that is the Northeastern. Karibu, Karibu. We go to Eastern region. Then we go to Nairobi area, the West. Thank you. Coastal region. Thank you, thank you. Then we go to Nyanza. Thank you, thank you. Western region. Thank you. We go to South Rift. And then North Rift. Thank you, thank you. Our guest, that is the team of our representation. And I want to do a quick introduction to the team that we work with. I'll start with, next to you is Maurice Okati, the Vice Chair of Harambee. Okay. Then on this side I have Charles Konzolo, the Honorable Treasurer. I have Wanjiku, a board member. I have Anton Akama, board member. I have Kiprono Lucas, board member. I have Philip Mitei. No, then I have Yamo, Chairman Supervisory. I have Osore. And then I'll ask the CEO to introduce the management team.
Thank you very much, Chair. Guests of honor, we are delighted to have you in the house. Among the senior management staff we have, over there we have Gladys. Gladys is the Sacco secretary. Then PA to the CEO. Then legal officer. I can't see one with a mask. There's one with a strong, yes, now I can see you. Then from this side, we have head of FOSA. Then head of audit, head of finance. Then we have others serving across. Guests of honor, that is the team. My name is George Ochiri, the CEO.
Our guests also, we have some invited guests. We have Mr. Marangu from Cooperative Bank of Kenya. We have Richard Nyakanengo from CIC. We have Olekiti from Cusco. And then we have your auditors, the ones you selected last year. They are here with us to read the audit. I want, when the director cooperatives comes in, to invite you, PS. She will introduce herself and introduce the staff that she has come with. So, PS, allow me to go through our statement today. This is the first annual delegates meeting for Harambee Sacco. And our guest of honor, the PS State Department for Cooperatives and Marketing, the County Director of Cooperatives, Nairobi County, our Sub-County Cooperative Officer. We have officials from the ministry, the representative from Cooperative Bank, representative from Cusco, CIC, the Vice Chair of Harambee Sacco, all the directors, Supervisory Board of Directors, the Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Nchiri, members of the staff, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, today it gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all here today as we observe the 51st annual delegates meeting. On behalf of the Board of Directors and the management of Harambee Sacco, we welcome you today and ask you to relax and make policy directions that is going to direct your institution for the next 10 months or so. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are all aware, the second, third, and fourth waves of the COVID-19 pandemic and its associated variants had a devastating effect on both the people and the business around the globe. Yet, despite all these emerging challenges, our cooperative society nurtured into even stronger institution, and thanks to the robust strategy, resilience, and the support that all our stakeholders have been able to provide to us. In the year under review, according to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics 2021 Economic Survey Report, the country's domestic products decelerated by 0.3% in the year 2020 as compared to a revised growth of 5% in the year 2021. Despite most sectors recording negative growth due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the economy was supported by accelerated growth in agricultural production at 4.8%, construction activities at 11.8%, financial and insurance activities at 5.6%, and health services at 6.7%. Economic outlook, guest of honor, the growth outlook is positive. The economy is projected to grow by 5% in 2021 and 5.9% in 2022. The rebound assumes that economic activity will normalize due to a full reopening of the economy. The economic recovery strategy being successfully implemented and the capitalizing on an expected improvement in external liquidity and benefiting from initiatives to meet its external financing needs. Inflation is projected to remain within the Central Bank of Kenya target range of 2.5 to 7.5, and fiscal and current account deficits are forecast to narrow as a result of the improved revenue collection and exports. Downside risks to the outlook could emanate from the delays in the full reopening of the economy, failure to secure external financing to execute the budget, a slowdown in global growth, and disruptive social conditions during the run-up to the 2022 elections. Fellow delegates, Harambee Deposit-Taking Sacco remains steadfast in its commitment to grow and maximize shareholders' value through a resilient business model. Despite the mutation of the COVID-19 and the new challenges that were presented by the variant, the society was at its best in terms of performance. It is in 2021 that Harambee Sacco shattered its revenue generation history with an all-time high collection of Kenya shillings 1 billion growth in 2021 as compared to 4.2 in 2021, and a rise by 1 billion from 3.2 in 2020. The board is putting systems in place that will ensure this growth trajectory is not only sustained but improved through the deployment of a robust and resilient strategy. Our loan book, ladies and gentlemen, our loan book grew by a whopping margin of 11.52% in 2021 to close the year at Kenya shillings 27.7 billion, down from 22.2 billion in the year 2020, a marked increase of 2.562 billion. This massive growth was achieved within a backdrop of loans disbursed to members during the same period, and which recorded a growth of 7.96 to stand at 21.9 billion as at December 31st, 2021, down from the 20.3 billion which was disbursed in 2020. On customer satisfaction, ladies and gentlemen, according to an in-house customer service survey that was carried out in Nairobi 2021 and which had a 93% response rate, the society has recorded massive improvement in several key areas on products and service utilization. The society scored a high of 54%, while on the area of customer recommending Harambee Sacco to non-members, the Sacco scored a high of 54. This survey also established that 41% of members interviewed scored Harambee products better than any other Sacco in the country. The issue of customer delight capped the survey with 19% of the respondents observing that they had an excellent experience while being served at Harambee Sacco, 60% noting that they had a good experience, while 21% noting that they had a poor experience while being served. And this is our focus to ensure that the 21% is turned to positive. These are impressive indicators of how our society is changing, and the survey has also pointed out key areas of improvement, which the board is working closely with the management to improve in the year 2022 and coming years. Membership recruitment, our guest of honor, despite the COVID-19 conditions, the society was nonetheless able to recruit at least a total of 4,398 new members within our common membership bonds, but we did not stop at that. We grew our tentacles to the outside the common bond, and in that area, we netted 539 new members and 4 charm accounts, and we believe that the society can do better in these areas, and it is therefore will be one of our key growth strategy going forward. The board and the management have also agreed that as we go for our game changer to train our marketers, the delegates, we'll be giving ourselves targets, and that each quarter, each delegate, they'll be given a target of 10 new members each quarter. And the board will be given 20 new members each quarter, each board member, and then that will also be replicated to the staff. That will give us an increase of around 29,000 new members. Delegates and member education, as part of our strategic approach in empowering our delegates, the society has designed an intensive and interactive educational package that will be actualized between the month of June and August 2022, and whose sole purpose is to bring on board a more empowered and enlightened delegate. On members' education, the society has put in place an elaborate education and awareness program focusing on key stakeholders that will be undertaken in the month of February and March 2022 before kicking up of a countrywide member education. From 22nd of this month, our guest will be hosting our key stakeholders so that we can talk to them and tell them what we are doing. And then after that, that will be followed by an extensive member education. Because we realize that if you have members who don't understand you, it will be very difficult to satisfy their need. On branch expansion, ladies and gentlemen, while digitization of all our services and products has been one of our cornerstone strategic agendas, the society has not in any way abandoned the old school strategy of reaching and serving members through the brick and mortar model. In this regard, we shall focus on making the marketing office in Nanyuki a full-fledged branch, and this year, and therefore make it the focal point for members from Nyeri, Meru, Isiolo, and the greater Upper Eastern region. We shall also continue expanding our regional footprint through the opening of more Harambee Fossa agencies in the 2021. The society has successfully opened 14 agencies by close of the year, and we are projecting to add an additional 36 Harambee Pesa agents across the 47 counties by close of 2022. We are also going to have satellite offices. We'll start with a satellite office in Kisii, one in Meru, another one in Embu, and another one in Machakos in 2022, because in that region of the East Mount Kenya, our presence is not felt. And so those are the satellites we'll be opening so that we can turn them to full branches in years to come. Challenges: due to the several downtime of the former mobile banking platform, Star 346, the society was forced to register its own mobile banking platform and change to the current platform of Star 357, thus abandoning the old system. And it is important to note that this bold move has seen improved service delivery to our membership across the country. At the moment, over 86% of our membership have subscribed to this platform, and many are actively using this system. On the issue of cybersecurity, the threat of cyber theft in the modern financial world hangs on all financial institutions, like the sword of Damocles. Cybersecurity, therefore, remains one of the biggest concerns in the financial sector, and more specifically, the cooperative sectors. We have invested heavily in both the detection and preventive system to secure its critical system from the cyber attacks. These systems include network access control, privilege access management, and IDEA software for reconciliation of transactions. Similarly, the Sacco, through its business continuity plan, has ensured full-time availability of services to its members. The way forward, fellow delegates, the year 2022 presents us with a new challenge, a challenge that if we put our minds together and work very closely, we can very easily surmount the society as a twofold handle: membership growth and deposit mobilization. Membership growth, our strategic plan projects a growth of 1,727 new members to stand at a membership of 76,000 from a low of 74,000. The board is optimistic that given our strategic, the society can mobilize up to 3,000 new members in 2022. I am therefore calling on all shareholders to up their game in this regard. Let's all each introduce at least 10 new members per quarter to the society. Those that have children and those that are married must feel encouraged to register their children and spouses to Harambee DT Sacco. This area alone will help record an exponential growth in the membership of the society. And the board is considering inviting some of these children and spouses to come and just have a feel of this AGM that we talk, so that when you come along, we'll take care of them and come and be with us to feel what we do. Because this is, we want to turn this as a family, and that is a request which came from a delegate, and I think, God willing, in our next meeting, that is a consideration the board will put in place. On the deposit growth, all members currently have a share capital of about 22,000. We can all willingly and without coercion move our share capital to 40,000 shares per individual. Not forgetting venturing into such areas as opening fixed deposit accounts and fixing specific amount for about a year. All these are strategies that will go a long way in helping to build our institutional capital while reducing our reliance of the expensive external funding. We have challenges with financing our single fund initiative. Given the many claims that we get in a year, we are therefore proposing adjusting the benefits to members in the event of a loan so as to minimize on losses incurred by the society. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, in summary, on behalf of the board, most sincerely wish to take this opportunity to thank our ministry, our regulators, SASRA, our apex bodies, our stakeholders, all the delegates and staff of Harambee DT Sacco for their continued support. The future is bright and promising. On leave, we continue working closely together for the better good of Harambee Sacco. Thank you very much. God bless you and long live Harambee Sacco. God bless you. And now, let me take this opportunity to invite the Director of Cooperatives, Nairobi County, to introduce herself and also talk to us, and then invite our guest of honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman and your board, the Supervisory Committee, the staff, delegates, good morning. I want to welcome you to the County of Nairobi, which is a county of choice to live, work, and invest in. I know some of you have traveled from outside. My name is Dolphin Aremo. I'm the County Director of Cooperatives, and I came with a team. Can you be upstanding? Where Harambee is located, you are within Starehe sub-county. And so I came with some officers for good reasons that you know. I know today we'll be having elections. On my extreme right is a sub-county officer. She's Rosalind Mwithiga. Next is Davis Kathurima, also in Starehe. Then Hilary Musina, also in Starehe. Our chief guest, sir, Harambee DT Cooperative is one of the top 4 cooperatives in the county, and I believe in the country. Ahead of them is Mwalimu, then Steamer, then Police, then they sit at number 4. They have grown. As a billionaire cooperative, to grow with the billions that they are grown with is not an easy achievement. And that has been possible because of the support of all the partners, delegates included. You have heard the chairman talk about Harambee DT Sacco. That is a name that was added to your society because you are a deposit-taking Sacco. However, you'll be hearing about some of your friends called non-DT. As a delegate, it's important for you to know the difference. When you hear about a society calling itself non-DT, it means they do not have a FOSA, but they have deposits to the tune of 100 million. Those cooperatives are now being regulated by SASRA. I know the PS will be able to mention to you other developments that we have had in the recent past. I also want to appreciate the growth in terms of return on investment. The audited accounts speak for themselves. Without much ado, because today is not my day, I want to take this opportunity first to appreciate the PS for creating time to be with us today. His office is very busy. I know he was also meant to be with SASRA somewhere, but he has sent his commissioner, and so today we are privileged to have him today. Our PS is called Mr. Ali Nur Ismail, PS State Department of Cooperatives. Karibu sana sir. These are the delegates of Harambee DT Sacco. They are yearning to hear what you have for them today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dolphin. Thank you very much, Chairman, and all the board members present here this morning, all the invited guests from leading cooperative institutions, national cooperative organizations, members of staff, dear delegates, good morning. Hamjambo. Hebu tusalamiane kwa hewa, asanteni sana. Mungu awabariki. So, I have a speech here, which I will read shortly, but let me also take this opportunity this morning to introduce myself. I know Aremo has introduced me, and also I have been with Harambee Sacco now for a while, since I have been a PS of this great sector called the cooperative movement. I think now the total number of years that I've been here is 7 years. So that's a long time. And during this long period, one of the SACCOs that I have interacted with very well at every other annual delegates meeting is Harambee Sacco. Kwa hivyo nafikiri tunajuana sisi wote ama? Asanteni sana. Thank you very much. So with me this morning, I have, first of all, Commissioner Obonyo. I give you his greetings. He's in a function with Sasra. The two functions were clashing. So me, I said, Harambee came first. You're all our children. But yule ametangulia, wache tuwe na yeye, na Commissioner pia aende kule kwingine, lakini anawasalamia. Na pia ninawaletea salamu kutoka waziri, our CS, the Honorable Peter Munya. And also I have two staff members here with me. Mr. Mamo, he's the head of communications in the State Department for Cooperatives. And I also have Mr. Fayo, who is my peer. Fayo, where are you? Asanteni sana. Now, before I read my speech, first of all, let me say, you can see there is a small red flower here. I was asking the ladies, but I've been coming here every other time. So what? Today they said, you know, PS, today is Valentine's. So love is in the air. So, so let me also extend my love to all of you, since it is Valentine's Day, as they say. Now, I think the chairman and Aremo, they have spoken about your SACCO. From where I sit as a PS, this SACCO is doing very well, and actually is on the growth trajectory, and that is because of many things. But if I can just mention two important things. First of all, you have a good team in the name of the board, headed by a very able chair and board members, and also a very good team of management, senior management, who are actually heading this institution. But more importantly, it is because of the support that you give to this institution. Kwa hivyo mjipigie makofi. Because in this era of COVID, to have a growth of 1 billion shillings, you know, from 3.2 to by 1 billion, that is a very tremendous performance. But having said that, and again, the growth in the loan, growth in the membership, and even the branch expansion. So you are doing very well, and we know that as the fourth largest SACCO, Harambee is one of those SACCOs that we are very proud of, and it is because of many other reasons, but because of your support and the good work which has been done by the board and the management. So I just want to request you to continue supporting your SACCO, because that is where, when you save, you borrow, and then you can develop yourself slowly. Sinevo. Even me as a PS, the first loan that I took, ilikuwa kutoka SACCO. Ilikuwa inaitwa Posta SACCO siku hizo. Because as a young graduate, I joined KPTC, and I was a member of the SACCO. And so before I borrowed any money from a bank, actually I borrowed from a SACCO. So SACCOs are very important in changing lives and livelihoods. I've also been told that some of you are offering themselves for re-election by rotation, and I want to take this early opportunity to wish you well. I hear things may not be very bad for you, but that we leave it to the delegates. And if they say things may not be bad for you, it is because members have confidence in you, isn't it? But I'm not campaigning for anybody, okay? Watu wasije wakasema PS amelipwa sasa mambo gani haya. Hata mimi siwajui, lakini kama wamefanya kazi mzuri, basi warudisheni. Si ni hivyo? Na kama hawajatoa kazi mzuri, basi ni hivyo, inakuwa hivyo. Chairman, you spoke about cyber security. I'm just using this opportunity also to add to your voice. How can you use this technology now to partake of things which are not theirs, that they have not worked for? So I'm very happy that you have invested in technology, and I think we have always passed this message to other SACCOs that actually that threat is there, it is real, and therefore they should put technology in place to counter these threats. With those many remarks, let me now read my official speech. The Chairman, Harambee Sacco, the Board of Directors, the Supervisory Committee, the Chief Executive Officer, Chairmen and CEOs from other national cooperative organizations that are represented here today, the Sacco delegates, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Hamjambo. This day, Monday, marks the 51st annual delegates meeting of Harambee Sacco. It is your day that you have been looking forward to, as it marks an important milestone in the history and the journey of this great Sacco called Harambee Sacco. And I want to ask you to make the best of it. It gives me great pleasure to be part of this momentous occasion. I can only thank the Board of Directors for extending this invitation to me. I also thank the delegates for their attendance of this annual delegates meeting, which is an expression of their utmost commitment to the society. This event provides a platform for members, as represented by the delegates and the leadership of the Sacco, to assess the society's performance, identify challenges, and also come up with strategies to enhance performance. It is therefore my responsibility to encourage you to analyze the performance and the challenges facing the Sacco in this year gone by, with a view to strategizing in order to meet the set objectives and move this Sacco to the next level. Ladies and gentlemen, it has become a norm in the last 2 or 3 years to talk about COVID-19, as this is a problem that has afflicted the global community. I know that the new normal has stabilized. COVID, which has become the new normal, has somewhat stabilized, and the stigma associated with the pandemic has eased. I remember at the beginning, people were running from each other, but nowadays we can shake hands in a certain way. But that's not to say that the problem is not there. That doesn't mean that we lose focus on the containment measures as directed by the Ministry of Health. Last week, the Ministry of Health launched a public campaign to vaccinate 14 million Kenyans in 2 weeks' time. That target includes the cooperative movement, who must at all times be at the forefront of this agenda by the government, so as to enable the government to meet its target of vaccinating all Kenyans. As a country, we have done very well with the vaccination program, but there is still a lot for us to do. And since this is voluntary and people are not being forced, I think it behoves on each one of us, upon each one of us, to actually come and take the vaccination, and also persuade our friends and family members to come forward so that they can be vaccinated. The only protection against this problem of COVID is to get vaccinated. Ladies and gentlemen, Sacco societies mobilize savings and provide credit at affordable rates. That is our core business. That is your core business, for which you should not lose focus. So, at all times, you must endeavor to uplift the standard of living of your members and mainstream them into the national financial market economy through progressive investment facilities or products. And this I say because we know that SACCOs are very important institutions in actually financial inclusion or financial deepening, so that all Kenyans can have access to financial facilities. Mr. Chairman, I perused the audited accounts of your SACCO, which you shared with us, and I want to state that the performance for the current reporting period was positive in comparison to last year, and I commend you for registering a positive growth, which I earlier alluded to. Your SACCO, which is in the club of billionaires with a strong membership of 74,274 corporators, had 364 billion shillings in total assets as at the close of the reporting period ending 31st December 2021. Loans and advances to members stood at approximately 24.4 billion shillings, up from 21.9 billion shillings in 2020. Members' deposits and savings also grew by £1 billion shillings, as I said earlier, to stand at 22.5 billion shillings over the period under review. I wish to urge you, Mr. Chairman, and your board to adhere to the statutory requirements and prudential guidelines or ratios as set by SASRA. The economic environment has been tough under the prevailing circumstances occasioned by a myriad of challenges, least of which, one of which, of course, as I said, is COVID. And indeed, walking through these stormy waters of these challenges and therefore being able to register such an impressive performance has not been a walk in the park. Dear cooperators, Kenya has made great strides in economic progression courtesy of the cooperative movement. Their contribution towards economic growth and employment creation cannot be overstated. Cooperatives offer services in all sectors of our economy, cutting across financial services, housing, insurance, transport, hospitality, and agriculture, to name but a few. I am aware that SACCOs have mobilized savings among the low-income households who have limited access to mainstream banking. It is our duty to make sure that as we continue to grow these SACCOs, we also diversify the avenues for savings mobilization and development of new financial products. Only then will we be able to improve the intermediation between savings and investment. Your uniqueness, Mr. Chairman, is derived in the special relationship of your client, that is your membership, being also your stakeholders or the stakeholders of your society. In addition, we urge you to expand your operations where possible for increased incomes, including outreaching to all parts of the country. And this, Mr. Chairman, you had alluded to it earlier, where you actually said you have been able to open your common bonds and you are recruiting members beyond the mainstream area of catchment. The success of SACCOs is dependent upon good governance, and we therefore always never forget to urge you to remain vigilant and to put in place good corporate governance. Among other things, the things that you should not lose focus on, which I'm sure you are doing, is the development of the necessary or good management competencies, innovation, openness to change, sound financial management, and responsiveness to members' needs and expectations. Ladies and gentlemen, the cooperative sector commands an asset base of Kenya shillings 1.3 trillion and 885 billion in savings and deposits. The loan portfolio currently stands at Kenya shillings 860 billion, and so you can see we all have a reason to be very proud of this great contribution of the cooperative movement. And we are also happy to note that cooperatives contribute 32% of the national savings of our country. The SACCO subsector is the most vibrant and the fastest growing cooperative sector in Kenya. It is the biggest contributor to the impressive picture of economic performance that I have talked about. The membership of SACCOs stood at 5.47 million in the year 2020. The total assets for the subsector, that is the financial cooperatives or the SACCOs, also stood at Kenya shillings 627.7 billion shillings, while total deposits have grown over the years to reach 431.5 billion shillings, and total loans also grew to 474.8 billion shillings as at the end of the year 2020. So the SACCO subsector actually is the subsector that is doing the best of all the cooperative movement. And I'm sure in the days ahead, it will continue to grow. There are so far 360 prudentially regulated SACCOs, which contribute about 90% of the total assets in the subsector. You remember earlier, the county director talked about the 175 deposit-taking SACCOs, but we have an additional almost 200 SACCOs that we have also brought on board, which are non-deposit taking SACCOs. And I think that, as she explained already, Ladies and gentlemen, we are headed for the national elections this year. This annual delegates meeting is the last before we usher in a new government. Let me take this opportunity to enumerate some of the achievements or some of the policy initiatives that we have undertaken over the last 7 years or so. Number one is the national cooperative policy. You remember we took you through stakeholders' meetings, and I'm very happy to report that the national cooperative policy was passed by the cabinet and was subsequently passed by Parliament as the session of paper number 4 of 2020. So that is already in operation. Then out of the cooperative policy, we have the National Cooperative Bill, which has gone through stakeholder participation. You remember we had 7 regional participation, and then we had a validation in Nairobi. That has largely been passed, and we are now taking it through cabinet and then through the National Assembly. We also have the non-deposit taking Sacco regulations, which were operationalized as from 1st of January 2021 for Saccos that have deposits of 100 million shillings and above. These are the Saccos that I talked about that have also been brought under the regulation of SASRA, because we want the members' deposits to be safe. In addition to the non-deposit taking Saccos of 100 billion and above deposits, we also have brought under SASRA's regulation the diaspora cooperatives and Saccos that also operate on virtual platforms. The second major policy initiative is the establishment of a legal framework for the operationalization of the deposit guarantee funds. You know, in the banking sector, we have the Kenya Insurance Deposit Corporation, which was otherwise called the Deposit Protection Fund, isn't it? Yeah, and that is an insurance to protect bank customers' deposits should there be a problem with a bank. In the Sacco Societies Act, we have a provision for the Deposit Guarantee Fund, but it could not be operationalized because the right legal framework was not there. So we undertook amendments to the Sacco Societies Act so as to be able to operationalize the Deposit Guarantee Fund. That legal framework now is in place. It has been passed by NDICC, and it is actually going to go to Parliament. Once that has been approved by Parliament, the legal subcommittee of Parliament, then the DGF, or the Deposit Guarantee Fund, will be operationalized. Now, what does that do for you members? The intention of the Deposit Guarantee Fund is to protect members' deposits. You see, when a bank has a challenge or unfortunately it goes under, the Kenya Insurance Deposit Corporation is able to pay members their savings, or their deposits. But within the Sacco subsector, we never had such a, or rather it was there, but it was not operationalized. So once this DGF is in place, if a Sacco unfortunately goes under, then the members' deposits would be protected because they will be insured. Then the second initiative, which was a presidential directive, is actually the establishment of a central liquidity facility, the CLF, at a shared services technology platform. What is the CLF? The CLF is actually a fund, the Central Liquidity Fund is a fund that will actually be able to make Saccos to borrow from one another, and it will also bring Saccos into the national payment system. So, because sometimes Saccos have got temporary liquidity challenges, but then some other Saccos have a lot of money. So they can be able to borrow from each other just like the way banks do. So this one again, we have occasion amendments to the Sacco Societies Act. This has already gone through NDICC, and it's now going through the AG's office, and it will go to Parliament. So once this central liquidity facility is in place, Saccos will come into the national payment system. They will be able to issue checks. They can borrow from among themselves, and of course, that will actually help them with the temporary liquidity challenges. It also has, the CLF also has a technology platform, which all the Saccos are able to hook into, and therefore they can share that service. Then there's the credit information sharing. Sometimes, you know, people borrow here, then they borrow there, then they borrow there. But through this credit information sharing, we can be able to know those who are in the habit of borrowing from all over the place, then they don't pay. So that when you go to borrow, say you have borrowed from some place, say a bank, then you want to now borrow from a Sacco. Through the credit sharing information, we can know whether you are creditworthy or whether you are a defaulter in another place. We also have put in place the Sacco Societies Fraud Investigation Unit. This is like the banking fraud. You know, in the banks they have the banking fraud unit. So this is a Sacco fraud unit which is domiciled in Sasra. It has been up and running since the year 2021, and it has already started to do some good work. So these are just some of the initiatives that we have undertaken, and others are still in the pipeline. Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, it is our collective responsibility to deepen access to financial services for the many Kenyans who are still unbanked, particularly in the rural areas and informal settlements. Our department will continue to provide appropriate leadership, oversight, as well as the enabling environment so that this sector may continue to thrive and to grow beyond what it is currently. Measures have been put in place to safeguard members' deposits, improve governance, and promote sound financial and business practices within the Sacco subsector and the larger cooperative movement. Ultimately, the public and member confidence in Saccos will be enhanced, and this will enable stability and also stimulate further growth in the subsector. With these many remarks, ladies and gentlemen, it's now my pleasure to wish you fruitful deliberations and a successful annual delegates meeting. May God bless you.
Thank you very much, our guest. Before I call somebody to move the vote of thanks, there are some people who have done a very exceptional work for us, and we just want you to preside the presentations. Can I have the list of the honors? Okay. Yeah, Vice Chair, and the CEO, you can be there so that I read from you. Okay, we are going to start with the highest saver and the person with the highest deposits. We have one of our customers who is with over 10 million savings, and he comes from NSIS. It's called Anton M. Samuel. Somebody from NSIS or even OP to come and pick Douglas. Oh, okay. Douglas, you can come and pick for them. Then number 2 goes to John Kuswa Olaka. Douglas, you still pick for that. That's your member. And then Olaka. Then number 3 is Patrick Ndunda from DCI. And that treasurer will be able to pick for him. Yes. Okay, the second category is long-serving delegates. And number 1 is Consolata Omondi. Consolata Omondi, followed by Bernard Kaiga Kamau from Maragua. Consolata is from Wasinigishu. And then number 3, we have Diba Wako Jilo from Moyale. Those are delegates who have been serving without breaking. from the time they joined the Sacco. Some of them have joined the Sacco 1983 up to today. Congratulations, Consolata. And then Kamau, number 2, Kamau. Diba kidogo pale, Diba kidogo pale. Simama tu hapo mbele, ndio huyu amaliza alafu kuje. Yes. Okay, Diba. The second category is the highest monthly saver. And number 1 goes to Peterson W. Maina from State House. Peterson W. Maina from State House. The official from State House come and pick for, okay. Followed by Joyce Gishomo from Rhodes. Roads and Public Works. Where is the official? Okay, Matri, come and pick that one for the second monthly highest saver. And then from there we'll go to the 4th category. Ishomo. Okay. No, we are doing 2-2. Okay, the 4th category is the youngest, highest saver, 18 to 35 years. Number 1, we have Thomas Ruto Kipto, KDF, Langata Barracks. Ondiek, come and pick this. Oh, okay, there's an official. Then followed by Cheriot Kemboi from KDF also. They are doing very well. They are doing very well. Omido, you can see. Omido, you can see what is happening. Yeah, nione kado nikuonyeshe what they have done. Yeah. You pick the 2. The second one is Cheriot Kemboi from KDF also. Where is the? Come and pick again. Then after that, we'll go to the 5th category, which is the highest loan borrower. We have Cosmas Jakango Ngeso, National Transport, NTSA. Come and pick for them the award. He's giving us business. Anachukua loan. Yeye aendagi pali pengine. Loan zake zote ni Harambee. So he's the highest, followed by Nicodemus Mbiwa from Kindi. Bob, come and pick, or Kundu, come and pick for your member. Nicodemus Mbiwa. Bob or Kundu, one of you. Gesso, NTCA. Okay. Anampio, come and pick this for us. Thank you. Then Mbiwa, Nicodemus Mbiwa, Kundu. Then we go to the highest saver. Wale wametupatia pesa mingi ya fixed deposit. We'll start with Christopher P. Mjongo from KDF. There are customers who are giving us money. Christopher Nyongo from KDF. Who is going to pick for him? Come and pick for him. Makau, kuja and pick for Christopher Nyongo. And then number 2, we have Benjamin Ngwema, who is Amfanisi. Millicent, come and pick for Ngwema. And then after that, we go to a youngest, highest saver deposit youth. She's there. Youngest, highest saver deposit youth, 18 to 35, Paris, Wanjiku Ngugi, police department. Followed Police Department. Obura, where are you? Obura ameenda missing. Kuja. Followed by Jos Wambui Nyokabi, KDF. Where is Lucy? Navy? Lucy? Oh, there's somebody who's coming. That's okay. Okay. And for your information, that official who is speaking, she's the Joyce Wambui Nyokabi. More claps. Omido. Challenge. Okay, highest number of loans taken year 2021, we have Wilson Chumo from KDF. Juma, where is Juma? Okay, come. Followed by Martin Jagi, KDF. And followed by Samora Odenyo, AP. APS? Where is Etabo? Come and pick for the AP, and Juma can pick the two. Etabo? Okay, Matui, come and pick for Samora. Etabo is coming. Etabo is there, he's coming. Then after that, with the emerging IS saver joined in 2021, we have Simon Labodia Kolotum from OP. Prosper, where are you? And then we have Clinton Odongo, KDF. Simon Kolotum. KDF? Come and pick for KDF. For Clinton Odongo. Then number 10, we have one category. We have delegate who recruited the highest number of salary accounts, and that goes to Simon Kibor with 417 accounts from Uasin Gishu branch. Delegate, have you seen your colleagues what they are doing? Azizi tumelala, sindio? 417 accounts. Kibor, thank you, and the team. Thank you. Thank you for the good job. And then finally, we go to the highest monthly contributor. It's Dixon Michael from KDF again. Somebody from KDF who has not come in here. Huh? Ondiek. Followed by James Kemboy again from KDF. Ondiek, you can pick the two. Thank you. With that, our guest, thank you very much. And I want to ask Mumasi, the chairman of Uasin Gishu branch, to come and move a vote of thanks to our guests.
Okay. Uko sawa? Uko sawa?
Our guest of honor, sir, and all protocols observed. Hamjambo tena. This morning, my work is very simple. It's just to move a vote of thanks, and I'll start like this. Our guest of honor, sir, let me take this opportunity to thank you sincerely for having time to come and attend our annual general meeting. I know your schedule has a lot of activities, but it has taken you a commitment to come and share with us the proceedings on the floor today. We want to thank you. This is not the first time you have ever been with us, and this is an indication that among other circles, Harambee Sacco is at the heart of the cooperative movement in our country. You have given us advice. We want to thank you for those advice. Harambee Sacco, through its Apple management and the board of directors, will ensure that they adhere to those advices you have given us. Among many issues that affect the members of a SACCO is the fear of the unknown about the safety of their investments. Sir, I want to thank you. You have given us a guideline that through your ministry, the protection fund is there to protect the deposits of our members. We want to thank you for that. Information sharing is also a very important component in the management of SACCOs. Through that policy of information sharing, we are also going to ensure that as delegates, we spread the information and share so that members down there can understand the role of a movement in our country so that the living standards of our people can be improved. On that note, I would like us to give him a very sincere clap and a hard one, isn't it? Are you ready? Are you ready? Hello, delegates. Are you ready? Haya. Mara ya kwanza. Ya pili. Ya tatu. Angusha. Thank you. I also want to take this opportunity to thank our board. They have also provided a conducive environment for our management team. You can see the report we have had is very elusive from the supervisory and even the profit and loss account we are going to go through. I know our Takdari has done a good job. Tengeneza makofi. Ya kwanza, ya pili, ya tatu, funga, fungua. Thank you very much. Last but not least, I want to recognize the role of a delegate. You have denied yourself time even to be with your families to steer the requirements of a member by ensuring that they are getting loans for investment. You are planning the midnight oil to pick calls. You are always leaving your offices to come and ensure that the SACCO is growing. Makofi mara ya kwanza kwa delegate, prepare. Mara ya kwanza, ya pili, ya tatu, funga, fungua. Thank you very much, Chairman. Asante.
Thank you, Mumasi. And now, I want just to invite our guest here. We give him a present, and I want to confirm, according to the government regulations, it does not exceed the prescribed amount. So, our guest of honor. The team did something. And since you have been with us for a long time, we have also said, PS, we want also you to be marketing us. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, turudi. Wale watu wako huko wana connect me. No, I can see people from me. I don't know what they are doing. Okay. I assume that we have quorum. Sindio? Hello? We have quorum? Okay. I want to start by apologizing to Central Region delegates. I think when I was introducing, I never mentioned you. And so I want by a show of hands, we say we are present. Central Province, and I'm sorry for that omission. Oreken, Esther, please, I'm sorry for that. Watende, Ambia Idimuli, we are sorry for that. Okay. I think we can proceed, and then let me ask the auditor now to come and go through the accounts.
Good morning, members. I take this opportunity to thank you for appointing us to be your auditors for the year 2021. My name is Robert Kamwara. I'm a CPA practicing with the firm of Mangi & Kamwara Associates. I'm also an advocate of the High Court. So this morning we shall be privileged to take you through the books of accounts and slightly go a little bit inside so that we can give you our advice and steer our way forward in the year 2022. So I'll take you straight to the books of accounts. I am informed that during the visits to the various branches, you had the opportunity of discussing the accounts. Is that right? Thank you very much. So I'll be very brief. I'll not want to delve so much into the figures. But as your auditor, hii ni ile darasa inaitangwa ile after team, naenda darasa ya hesabu, si ndio? You remember, for those of you who are good students, wala ambao hawakuwa na HEPA class, saizi mkiingia mlikuwa mnaenda kufanya maths, si ndio? Now rewind back and set your mind that way, because I'll take you a little bit to do a bit of maths so that you can see about your investment. And in this case, what I mean by your investment, your organization is called Harambee Deposit Taking, Savings and Credit Society. Let me put on my hat as a lawyer first and tell you, redefine the meaning of that word. It is Harambee Deposit Taking, Savings, then and credit. There's a reason why that was called that way. We first save, then we take credit, right? I can see many senior citizens here, people above the age of 50, 55. I can see many of you, the kipara ina shine mzuri. And I can see the ladies also good looking still at your old age. Remember that when you save, you could have two intentions. To either save as much so that you can be able to get credit of as much. And for those we are referring to as senior citizens, remember this is where you are saving so that, not that on retirement date uende utoe pesa yako, not at all. That should not be the intention. The intention should be to sit back and earn your benefits, to earn what you had saved for. So let us redefine the meaning of credit and saving society and have that meaning that whatever you are saving is for purposes of your future. And why did I say that? Maybe before I go to that, I will tell you, for purposes of comparing yourself and for purposes of knowing where you are, look at the booklet that you have been given and look at page 42. Page 42 of your booklet talks of the statistical information. I'm not very sure whether amongst the so-called Big Four, and Big Four, you know what I mean, the big four circles, you might be the first ones who have gone on to present the books. Now, I want you to compare yourself using that page we are calling the statistical information. That is the information, that is the page that you will put next to, put all the 4 books there, okay? And look at where you are. I will not condemn you, I will not praise you. I've had a lot of praises coming from this table. I will want to take a different approach. I will not give you the same praise that this team has given you, with a specific reason that I will tell you, and from there then we shall make a decision on how to move. So look at what we're calling total assets. Can you see the 34 million there? Take the other books and compare what is their total assets. Now that is what defines you to be amongst the big 4. So maybe next year you'll be top 3, big 2, or the top ones. So total assets. And the total assets is made up fully by what you contribute as the cash that you give the organization. It relates to the cash that is sitting in the bank, and it refers to all the assets that the organization has. It could be the fixed assets that the organization is having, those generating income and those not. Then there is a figure we are calling liquid assets. That's a very important figure that you need to look at. But I want to jump down a little bit, look at the figure we are calling loans to members. Are we all there? Members, are we there? Nile darasa ya hesabu, msichoke. I'll take you quite fast on it and in an easy way. There is a figure of 24 billion Kenya shillings. Previous year it was 21.8 billion Kenya shillings. The core activity of the Sacco is basically lending, and that has been said and it's said all over again. So this is the main asset. This is the main asset the organization has. And the work of this board that is here and the management is to safeguard the assets of the organization. It is the work of you delegates to safeguard the assets of the organization also, because you represent those people down there. You're the ones who will appoint these people, you're the ones who give directions, you're the ones who will give me direction on how to move, and therefore that asset we are calling loans to members needs to be properly safeguarded. How do we safeguard it? You just heard from the PS statement and from the others who have said we are having a lot of fraud taking place right now in the Sacco movement. In the financial institutions, ICT systems need to be well placed, and we have discussed that with the management, and we go back and remember that the ICT systems that are in place need to be up to speed so that you don't lose this asset. People are losing money like a joke. Money just disappears. 200 million, 100 million. The other day I heard of 26 million from a small Sacco somewhere, and everybody got paralyzed. So that is a key asset that you need to maintain. For the discussion that I'm going to have with you, there is the figure you can see there of 3.4 billion Kenya shillings for loans. Can you see it? Members, you can see it? Now, this is a shame. Not all of the big Saccos that we have amongst the 4 are having external loans. We are borrowing money to come and pay members as dividends, to come and pay people for their loans. Do you know at how much? At 11.5% is what you're paying. Now, by the end of this year, that you're auditing, you had paid about 400 million Kenya shillings to the banks. I'm not sure whether the gentleman from the cooperative bank is here to hear this, but they are the first ones who look at the books of accounts to see whether the books have been properly audited to show the debt that is there. So what happens? You are receiving 8% as dividend, they are receiving 11.5%. Mwenye pesa ni nani? It's you guys. You're the owners of the money. So what has happened? You have given them the forefront to take the money. And remember, they take it at the end of the month without bargain. So they go and take their money. So what am I trying to bring to your attention? Instead of the 8%, the 11% being paid to them, you can be the ones who will earn this 400 million next year. You can decide even to do it over a period of 4 years. And you say, within the next 4 years, if God allows us to be together, within my lifespan as your auditor, we say that we don't want to see this figure for external loans anymore. But they need working capital. They will need the money. So where do they get it? Again, we go back to wenye chama, ni nyinyi. So you need to see how to improve the cash flow of the organizations. They borrow basically because they have to go outside there and pay. But they are paying 11.5 and paying you 8%. That's why I said it's a shame. So members, not all Saccos are doing this. Most of the Saccos, actually those who are from government-owned organizations, the Sharias, the Muito, and the others that you have. I have the privilege of auditing most of these SACCOs, and I'll tell you, most of them do not have these external loans. So find a way of trying to restructure the balance sheet. It's what we call restructuring of the balance sheet. You can restructure your own balance sheet by making sure you inject more capital. It can be either by a share drive. You can do it either in the form of bringing in more deposits, bring more new members, because I can see the age group now is also a mature age group. Try and bring in the children also. These are allowed members, so that you can be able to have a better figure and stop borrowing from the banks. If that can be done, then you will be sure that your returns will improve. That 400 million that you give to them will come back to you, and your asset will grow. Why do you have to go and buy a matatu? Why do you have to go and invest somewhere else? Where else you can be given a return? Compel this board that is here. They have the responsibility of taking your commands. You can tell them you want 12.5% on share capital. I'll still one secret for you. Some time back, I'm a member of Harambee Sacco, and in Harambee Sacco, they did the same thing. They did a share drive. They opened it up and told people contribute as much as possible, and for the next 5 years, we guarantee you 12.5%. Actually, for them, it was 15%, coming down to 12.5%. And if you contribute 100,000, even if it's 100,000 within 5 years, your money is back. So you just leave the rest of the money generating income. If you do that, you get money back. You can even go and borrow somewhere and bring it, a place where you have not paying interest, and you'll be good. So that is the main thing that I would say would be important. And therefore now, I'll take you, having taken you through the statistical information, I'll quickly take you to the income statement, and I'll just do some highlights. And my highlights, that is on page 49. The surplus for the year, after the interest and the income that you had earned, the income of 3.42 billion that was earned, the net interest after they have paid your returns, that is the interest on expense of 1.4 billion, you get a return of 362,818,770, compared to the previous year where you earned 126,519,515. This is a pretty good improvement, shows that you have the potential to manage and sustain the organization. This is very good. It means that also the portfolios with which your money was invested in was able to generate income, and it also means that you as delegates were able to do your work to collect the loans and the interest that is supposed to be earned from that asset we call the loan asset. I'll also take you to the balance sheet very fast. It is that page 49, for those of you who may want to understand. That is the statement where you will look at the expenses that were there during the year, look at the financial expenses that I was talking about, note number 7. Maybe let me just take it is on page 63. Just flip through page 63. Page 63, note number 7. That is where you see the expense that we're talking about, interest on bank loan. Can you see that, members? 401 million. The 401 million is a lot of money that has gone out that can instead be coming to you back as return. Then there is the interest on overdraft, 61 million, quite a big amount. Those notes to the accounts there, if you want to interrogate anything, you'll see the personnel expenses, you'll see the fees. As your auditor, let me just make this very clear. Our work is to ensure that those financial statements that we are reading to you today is the same thing that is in the books of account of Dr. Onchiri, in his balance sheet, in his office, in his computer system. So I can confirm that the expenses that have been recorded there are the expenses that you had budgeted for, and not at 1 shilling did you exceed the amounts, and this is within your budget. So when you go to the next agenda of approving a budget, always make sure, interrogate it, because at the end of the year, when I come to read the books, I'll just basically come and tell you this is what you spent as per the budget that you had given these people to spend. Said and done, the balance sheet, let's go to page 50. Dear members, the maths lesson is almost coming to an end. We have the cash and cash equivalents. You can see the 786 million. These are the assets. This is the wealth that you guys have invested in. This is what you have. Then you have the financial investments. If you want to look at that, you can look at note number 21, and it will tell you what investments these ones are. These relate to the portfolios that you have invested in places like Kengen, cooperative shares, investment in CIC, and the various other assets and the various other investments that you have. You also have property and equipment, not property and equipment, I mean fixed assets that are categorized as assets. Again, our responsibility is to make sure that we look at, that we do search and we make sure that these assets are still sitting in your name. Tunaweza kuwa tunaongea juu ya nyumba ya Harambee pale, lakini ilishapigwa mnada, sio? Pengine bank imeshachukua hiyo pesa because they use some of those things to secure the facility. So we have that responsibility of ensuring that these are there, and I can confirm to you that it is true, the assets are still there. So said and done, that is your balance sheet, that is your income statement. You may want to know where ile pesa unakatwa every month, 3,000 bob, where does it go to? Eh? That is the figure that we have put there as deposits, member deposits and savings, note number 23, the 22,540,473. That is where the money is normally posted to, and you can see the borrowings and the other expenses. So said and done, that is where we are in the year 2021, and I'll therefore now take you to my report, which is the opinion report, and it is on page 45. Report of the independent auditor to the members of Harambee Savings and Credit Society Limited. I'll read my opinion and very fast take you through the key audit matters and the basis of our opinion, and after that I'll give you an assignment. We have audited the financial statements of Harambee Savings and Credit Cooperative Society Limited, which are set out from pages 49 to 78, which comprise the statement of financial position as at 31st December 2021, the statement of profit and loss and other comprehensive income, the statement of changes in equity, the statement of cash flows for the year then ended, and the notes to the financial statements, including a summary of significant accounting policies. In our opinion, the accompanying financial statements give a true and fair view of the Society's financial position as at that date, and of the financial performance and cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with International Financial Reporting Standards and the Sacco Societies Act number 14 of 2008. The basis of preparing this opinion is we are guided by the International Standards on Auditing. We are also guided by the Accounting Board and Ethics Standards Board for accountants, and we also have SASRA, who have their regulations, and we follow their guidelines. And based on that, then, we have come up with our opinion above. Some of the key audit matters relate to adoption and the implementation of IFRS number 9. This is an international financial reporting standard that deals mostly on the provision of loans, and so the provision of loans for purposes of bad debts and the like. And we can see that SASRA has been very keen on this, and your institution has also fully complied with the SASRA regulations, and they are in the process of trying to adopt the other regulations that have been set so that they can attain perfection. You had a trade receivable which is being written off in relation to errors in previous bookkeeping and system migration, an amount that is being written off in the income statement, and at the end of a period, which I believe CEO must have explained to you earlier, we shall not have those write-offs, and we don't want to see writing off again of figures that would have been paid to members through the income statement. So once again, I wish to thank you all. We were provided with all the information that we required for our audit, and we look forward to once again having a good interaction with you as the meeting continues. And we place ourselves once again for re-election as your auditors, and look forward to continue with what we have started so that we can steer the organization to greater heights. Wanachama, nashukuru sana. Once again, my name is Robert Kamwara, a CPA. Thank you, and look forward to working with you in the near future. Asanteni sana.
Okay, that is the report of the auditor. I think from what you are looking at before we go to approval, you remember the story we used to go through. That is how far your things are coming into play. So, can I have a proposer and a seconder? Fred, and then Odanga.
Sorry about that. Our board chairman, thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Fred Shigoli, membership number 54413. The chairman, Mombasa branch. I propose. Thank you, chairman.
Okay. Odanga.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Ken Odanga, 13-1994, Chairman, Nyando Branch. I do second.
Okay, that's seconded. And a question to the auditor? Any question? Okay, so we go to the next one. And I was at the treasurer to come and give the highlights of the budget. And then we move on. There is an item which is a distribution of surplus. That one requires a proposer and a seconder. There is going to be Omwanda and 2 seconds. Oh, Bosco. Omwanda and Bosco from Treasury.
Thank you, Chairman. Isaiah Omwanda, Branch Chairman, Homa Bay. I propose that the members be paid dividend with immediate effect.
Thank you, Chairman. Membership number 12893, Treasurer, the National Treasury Branch, I second.
Good morning, delegates. Good morning once more. I won't take much of your time because I want just to read the Treasurer's statement. There are key highlights and most of the information has been shared to you as the board went around the regions. So I'll read my statements very briefly. Distinguished guest, Chairman and Board of Directors of Harambee Sacco Society Limited, 2021 recorded unmatched growth in Harambee's history. This report is found on page number 20, 21 in the booklets that we have. Page 20, 21, all the way to page number 22. Sorry for that. The total revenue grew by a whopping Kenya shilling 1.014 billion, a growth of 32% compared to the previous financial year. These results are attributed to product differentiation, innovation, and aggressive marketing drives that catalyzed an increase in the patronage of the society's products by our members. Improved operations, efficiencies, and cost control, majority of key financial indicators recorded growth as highlighted below. 1. Financial performance highlights. Total assets. The society's total asset increased by Kenya shilling 2.06 billion from Kenya shillings 32.56 billion recorded in the year 2020 to Kenya shilling 4.62 billion in the year 2021, representing a growth rate of 6%. The increase is attributed to the growth of the loan book by Kenya shilling 2.508 billion from Kenya shilling 21.87 in year 2020 to Kenya shillings 24.38 in the year 2021. In line with our financial stewardship strategic objective with the year 2021 to the year 2025 strategic plan, various initiatives and activities are on schedule for growth of total assets. These include, but not limited to, reducing the non-earning assets, growing loans and advances, aggressive marketing of further fixed deposits, and growing of salary accounts. These initiatives will improve liquidity, hence bolstering growth. Number B, loans and advances to members. The society's loan book is in dark green in revenue generation, contributing 81% of the income, 81% in the income. In the year under review, members' loans and advances went up by 11%, equivalent to Kenya shilling 2.508 billion from Kenya shilling 21.87 in the year 2020 to Kenya shilling 24.38 in the year 2021. Although the society recorded significant growth in loan book, members' appetite for loans is still quite high, and the management is working around the clock to ensure loans are dispersed as the applications are made. The board has formulated strategies that will spur internally generated funds and solve the society's liquidity challenges, both in the short and long term. I call upon members to patronize these initiatives once the management rolls them out. In summary, delegates, there is growth highlights that are very easily to be consumed by you. Comparison between the year 2020-2021. Number C, members' deposits and savings. Members' deposits and savings grew by 5% from Kenya shilling 21.52 billion reported in the year 2020 to Kenya shilling 22.54 billion in the year 2021. The growth of members' deposits and savings was embedded by almost equivalent withdrawals, where the society paid out a total Kenya shilling 1.42 billion to 4,129 members who withdrew in the year 2021, compared to Kenya shilling 1.32 billion paid to 4,187 members who left the society in the year 2020. 58 members less, implying that the high savers in 2021 increased. In the last 3 years, the society has lost a total of 17,730 members with a total payout of Kenya shilling 4.82 billion. Delegates, this is a point of concern. As leaders, we need to look at it because 17,000 members, that is a whole circle. So going forward, Mr. Chairman, as leaders, delegates, we have to reach out to our members as far as member growth is concerned for this institution. So there's a bit of homework that we are supposed to take it upon ourselves. This rate is so wanting. A majority of these exits are attributed to retirement with the civil service cadres. Most of these are our founder members who make up the most loyal segment of our membership. Total income. 2021 marks the society's best performance in its history. The total revenue grew from Kenya shilling 3.215 billion in the year 2020 to 4.229 billion in the year 2021. The budgeted income for the year 2021 financial year was Kenya shilling 4.184 billion. This is an historic performance where we exceeded the budget by Kenya shilling 45 million. I therefore wish to thank the Board of Management for this success. We keep the momentum going forward. Operating expenses. The society's operating expenses for the year under review amounted to Kenya shilling 3.615 billion as compared to Kenya shilling 3.058 billion reported in the year 2020. The operating expenses increased by 18%. This is majorly attributed to finance costs due to term facilities and occasional use of overdraft facilities from our bankers. The management will in due course bring forth robust measures to encourage cash retention and marketing our further fixed deposit product. I call upon you leaders to support and patronize these proposals. Surplus. The society performance improved to book a surplus after tax of Kenya shilling 350.2 million in the year 2021 as compared to Kenya shilling 126.51 billion reported in the year 2020. These results were arrived at after netting off interest on members' deposits of Kenya shilling 1.44 billion in the year 2021 compared to Kenya shilling 1.166 billion in the year 2020. There is a Kenya shilling 282.3 million increment in interest payout for the year under review. The improvement was a result of growth of incomes and control on operating costs. Compliance and prudential standards. I strongly feel that these issues, the comparison for the year 2021, 2022, and the standards were shared in extensively by the board when we went around to you. You know the areas you have made the ratio and the areas that you have not made the ratio, and this one is summarized in the last part of this report. The critical ratio worthy noting is the institutional adequacy as measured by institutional capital to total assets. Our asset basis is at Kenya shilling 4.62 billion. The society should be owing excess of Kenya shilling 3 billion to meet this ratio. I implore members to buy more shares as we plan to retain surplus in this financial year. The board is confident that in year 2022, going forward, the situation will be impressive and the core ratio of institutional capital to total asset will be achieved. This is by Charles Gonzalo, the National Treasurer. Wish you the best as we engage on this item. Thank you.
There is an announcement. We have St. John's ambulance at the back. So if you feel you are unwell, they can attend to you. Since they came, they have not received even one patient. Then when we were going through the regional meetings, we had promised to bring Harambee Sacco, the agency. So we have our agent in the tent. We have the agent in the tent. Please appreciate. My job here is to take us through the budget. Let's go to page 79. Page 79. And I just want to confirm that nothing has changed from what we presented in the regional meetings. If you still recall, line number 17, total revenue for the year 2022 was 5.4 billion, and then 6.7 billion for 2023. Marketing and business development, total expenditure has not changed, 151 million for 2022, and then 190 million for 2023. Let's go to the next page on personnel. And I'm still confirming that the 493, as we had presented for 2022, and then 502 for 2023. When you come to administration, 269 for 2022, 208 for 2023. Then other operating expenses, we find it in page 81, and it is 112 million. We grow this to 170 for the year 2023. Finance, as we have already explained in detail, 1.1 billion 2022. We reduce it to 1 billion 2023. Repairs and maintenance, as I mentioned last time, at 33, then 34 for 2023. On governance, we go to the next page. That takes us to page number 82 at 288 million, and then 250 million for the year 2023. Lastly, depreciation and amortization, 79 and 89 respectively. And like we mentioned, this should give us a total expenditure of 2.8, leaving us with a surplus of 2.6. And we are projecting to allocate 1.7 to go towards interest on deposits at 8%. And then also, if you look at down there, we allocate 315 to go towards dividend on share capital at 10%. And that still should leave us with another surplus of 423 to go towards reserves. On page 83 is the capital budget. And as you remember, we categorize them under business development, 20, administration and HR, 22 million, finance, 8.5, FOSA, 23 million, then ICT, 51. Together with infrastructure, it comes to 65, risk and audit, 10, then total, records department, 29, total 179. These are the budget proposals for the year 2022 and 2023.
Delegates, that is what we are looking at the region. Nothing has changed, nothing has been added, nothing has been removed. So can I have a proposer and a seconder? Yes, Pastor Onyango, and then Muridi from Cabinet.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is Peter Onyango, member 1192-93, Treasurer Nyando. I propose.
As Muridi. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Member number 14, 803, Secretary, Cabinet Office, I second.
Okay. Anything on the budget that we forgot when we were in the region, so that we can deal with it? Okay. In the absence of that, the next agenda is the Supervisory Committee report, which we went through. Then we need to approve the proposed amendment to the bylaw, and I want to tell you that we didn't have any. So that item, there was no anything which came to us within the time to amend the bylaw. Before we go to take the resolutions, I'm sure you have internalized the statement that I read. And as well, we need to have a proposer and seconder for the chairman's report. So I need a proposer and a seconder. Yes. And then Odiek, that order.
Thank you, Chairman. Membership number 156, 459, Tomokia Kitui, Honorable Secretary, KU Branch.
KU Branch.
I take the proposal.
Okay. Odiek?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my fellow delegates. This is Mr. Benedict Ondieki from Defense Forces Memorial Store. Member number 121-253. I second.
Okay, thank you very much on that. Then we go to resolutions, and I will ask the CEO to read that agenda.
Thank you very much, Chair. We all have copies of the resolutions. Let's pull out. There is a pull out on resolutions. And the first one is on powers to borrow. And here, what we are asking is that we retain the borrowing powers that we approved last year, 2021, at 5 billion Kenya shillings. I think we need a proposal and a second rate. No, there is somebody near you there.
Member number 6855, Mite Alphonse, Secretary Kiricho, I propose.
Thank you. The seconder? Just behind there.
Member number 105266, Reverend Stanley Koske, Secretary, Nandi County. I second.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the second resolution. This is a resolution to sustain the charge of the Harambee Cooperative Plaza to Cooperative Bank Limited. Basically, you have seen we have some loan. That loan is from Cooperative Bank. It's a legal requirement that we charge. We ask for a proposer and a seconder. At the back,
Member number 153-224, Rosemary Muredi from Interior, I propose.
Thank you. Then to your right, there is somebody there.
Member number 105611, Paul Maramba Juma, Branch Chairman Voi. I second.
Thank you very much. Let's go to resolution number 3. This is resolution for joining the proposed Kenya Sacco Central Liquidity and Shared Services Cooperative Society. I'm very happy the PS really delved on this one. When I was coming around, I was calling it Sacco Central. And I think we just need a proposal and a seconder. Now there's somebody at the back. I think I like the participation at the back today. Go deeper. Go to the back. Yes?
Member 155579, Geoffrey Korir, I propose.
Thank you. There is somebody.
Member number 11832, Kibwezi Branch Treasurer, I second.
Thank you very much. Let's go to resolution number 4. And this is to review the sink fund benefits. And as we discussed in the regions, you can see we have itemized from Roman number 1 to Roman number 4 that we reduce the benefits, but we retain the monthly contribution. Any proposal from this other end? Sorry? Oh, it's a discussion? Yes. Yeah.
Okay, we start. Okay, we start with the discussion. Omwanda?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Mwanda Isaiah, Chairman Omobey. I have just some reservations. We talked about this issue at length, and we are not turning back. What we are saying, Mr. Chairman, is that let the amount of reduction be minimal. We can retain the principal member's money at 150, then the spouse, instead of 50, be 70. That is my proposal. Otherwise, it's a good idea, and we know how it has really helped. Now, my plea or request, when we approve this, when will it start? Because there are so many claims that are still outstanding. We need to be clear there. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Ekai?
My reservation is that for principal member, at times, hata hii ukielekea, si wanabaki wakikula. So for principal member, we reduce it to 100,000. For spouse and children, be increased from 50 to 75,000. Then for parents, at times you find that when you claim, you are told that parents are over age. Kuna mwingine alijaribu claim ikawa sijui amepast a certain age bracket, I think, being limited by the insurance. For parents, I may think you can raise 30,000. It can be scrapped off, and then you retain the other one. My view. That is my view. My view. Chairman, protect me. It is my view.
You are protected. You are protected.
It is my view.
Yes. Hapo Juma.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm member number 158037. My deliberation on this, I'm kindly requesting, Mr. Chair, that we, just because the principal member, by then mimi sitakuwa, hii iletwe 100. Na most of the time, hii mambo na wazazi, I'm not the only person nimezaliwa. We can share this responsibility tuiwache at 30,000. Then ningeomba tupandishe this one for the sports and children tuache at 100. Kwa sababu hapo mimi ndio contributor na hiyo ni mzigo yangu directly. Kindly.
Okay, tumesikia hivyo. Okay. That is Rose. Okay, Rose wa Mkoe.
Okay. Okay, I would like to thank the board and the good work you are doing. And just about the same, I would just to make around 3 considerations before I make my conclusion. 1, consideration of various classes of people involved and their capabilities, e.g. low cadre officers with low pay, single parents, widows, widowers, and in case a parent passes on, that is for a single parent, the child remains a total orphan. These, I'll make a refer. We had a case just a week ago, and this was a single mother who had 1 child, a girl, and she's in college. So when she passed on, the offices, they were waiting for Harambee Sacco to produce the coffin, the dressing, and then the chairs. So I'd protect that even if you are a principal member, you deserve a decent burial. And for that, I'd request that the amount remains at 150, because if there is any other need, I'd request that they can source even from the capital anywhere when you are gone, so that this is covered, so that much as we care about ourselves, do we also care what our children go through when we pass? Or are we going to know who is going to pass first? Secondly, when a problem crops up at times, it crops up when one has exhausted all avenues, and resources during ailment. And for this, I'd make a kind request for reconsideration before I make a conclusion. Point number 3, consider also that most public servants have unstable welfare organizations or none at all. Number 4, any drastic increase or fall of any certain event causes a raise of eyebrows, shake. So it is my humble request as I conclude. I agree to the deductions, but let it be with a noble percentage. 1, let member remain at 150, or if there's something to be done, it may be from 150 to 120. The spouse from 100 to 70. The child from 100 to 70. Then parent from 50 to 30. We agree with that, giving into consideration that when a parent passes on, we are 3 or 4 brothers or we have cousins, we'll say so and so will buy a coffin, I'll take the dressing and etc. Thank you.
Okay. That is Kinyungu. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman. Member number 125010, Patrick Kinyungu. I agree for reduction of the payment, but in this category. I propose the principal member to be paid 120,000, because when I go, also my loan will also cease to be paid, and also my shares will also be doubled to 2. So I think if I will be just a single parent, then the kid will benefit from that. And now the children to go to 70, spouse to 70, and the parents remain 30. Thank you.
Okay, can I say something before we move? I can see on the principal member and the parents, we have agreed to 120. No? You see, we have to make a decision, Sindio? And I've gotten proposals which are trying to move to some level. Sindio? Okay, Ebu say it. This is Omune. Okay, okay.
Fellow delegates, I appreciate this opportunity, but I'm not subscribing to any deduction here. The only reason which we deliberated upon why we are supposed to be reducing is because of the excessive complaints about fraudulent claims which are arising from members. My opinion is, it is not very easy to see the same information of reducing. The only thing Harambee is been saying why we cannot get dividends in higher percentage is because we are paying there's benevolence funds. My opinion here is, as a way forward, let us come up with a resolution or a budget of minimizing the fraudulent claims. What we have not given you in the budget, which can make the complaints be too minimal, which are fraudulent. And then we pay the complaints, the claims which are genuine, and return the amount which is been in use. That's my opinion.
You have not helped me. Let me haujanisaidia kwa sababu sisi hatukusema we don't pay dividend because of sinking funds, ndio? Hatukusema hiyo. So I'm saying the money we are contributing for the benefit we have is less, is not enough. I think we showed you the claim rate up to 359 million. That is what I want we focus on. Sindio? Budget ya ile ya next ya this year tumepitisha We cannot change it because it has to have what we call public participation, sindio? So, ujanisaidia, I want you to look at what is on that table, uniambie.
Mr. Chair.
If you tell us to retain the way it is, you have also to touch the contribution, which have been told in Sijaribu, sindio? Delegate.
Mr. Chair, that was personal opinion.
Yeah.
Which is also tantamount to deliberation.
Okay.
Upon us delegates.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, the claims which the office is receiving, already it has come as a fact that some are fraudulent. And this is why I'm saying that let us retain the amount we are paying, but work on how we can reduce the fraudulent claims.
Okay, Obongo, we agreed this, that for the time being we need to renew this cover by 1st of March. Now, I don't have money. The CEO has to sign a contract with the insurance. Now, if the money which is expecting is 265, the balance of what the insurance will work because of the claim history, atatoa wapi? And we agreed very well in the regional meetings that we deal with this issue. Now, once we are perfect on it, we will even increase the benefit further to our members. See, we said that? Yeah. So, Ngoja, I want people to talk. Yes, Eric Anguma. Then Gaisura. Then Asin Kirui.
Thank you very much, Bona Chair.
Yes.
I'm on member 129-109, National Police College A campus, the secretary. Bona Chair, before we discuss whether we are in a position to reduce the sync fund benefits, the first question we should be asking ourselves is the CAC able to pay at this particular rate? Nilikuwa naomba hivi. I don't know whether my brother from the CIC ameenda ama bado yuko hapo.
Ameenda.
Huyo ndio mwanamume tunge-engage hapa tumwambie so far amefanya kazi mbaya. That is the reality. So far amefanya kazi mbaya. Mtu kama huyo kama anaendelea kufanya kazi mbaya ni kunyimwa kazi. As simple as that. Reducing this money I propose as follows. One, member tulikuwa tunalipa 150, si ndio? Huyo member alipe 130, 20,000 iende, sawa? Spouse tulikuwa tunalipa 100, si ndio? Wacha tumnyime 20,000 ibaki 80. Mtoto alikuwa analipwa 100, si ndio? Wacha tumnyime 20 apate 80, si ndio? And then parent tulikuwa mlipa ngapi? 30, 50. Tumnyime 20, si ndio? And then parent ilikuwa ngapi? 50. Ibaki 30.
Okay, let's go to Kirui. Ngoja kidogo nitakupatia nafasi.
Thank you very much. Dear delegates, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Hii pesa ya benevolent, tukiangalia even other SACCOs, sisi Harambee Sacco tuko mbele. Hata vile tumekuwa 150, tunashukuru Sacco walikuwa wametuconsider na tulikuwa mbele. Na hata saa hizi Mr. Chairman, kwa vile ulisema hii pesa haitoshi, hata hakuna siku pesa itatosha. Tungeomba kwa sababu we are minimizing the amount we are contributing, na tutaki members pia tuwaongezee walipe more. Then the principal member, I propose my personal proposal iwe 100,000. Alafu mzazi na mtoto you raise from 50 to 70. Yani that is yangalau ionekana. Ambayo hiyo hata 70 inalipwa na police Sacco, which is even ahead of her. And then mzazi unaweza reduce from 50 to 30. Na members, let's not be complaining every now and then. Hizi pesa, by that, hii pesa isaidii wewe. Inasaidia, kwani wewe, are you the only, huwezi chishika? Waje tuamini ya kwamba, hata kama ukisave ngapi. Siku hizi iko WhatsApp. In fact, hata hii pesa, hata inaishia machi peke yake. Thank you.
That is Mariga. Oh, Mwenje, sorry. Mwenje, eh?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Mr. Mwenje, SGB branch. I have a different opinion on this. Now that there is reduction, can you assure us, hii pesa italipo lini? Will it take ages to be paid?
No. Before an hand is raised, what did we discuss in the branch? We agreed that once we agree here, mtu akikufa, the proposal we gave you, we were saying that the Sacco should be paying and then we claim from the insurance. That's number. Number two, we also ensure that if a member or the parent or the children or the spouse passes on, katika branch will be picking one delegate to go and represent the society. I want you to listen to me. Those people who have areas where there is a branch, we want even to see whether we can bring that money to be paid from the branch. Are we together? That is why we are bringing this proposal, and we are saying we want to give it a try. If the claims go down, we are going to do what? We are going to go back to where we were. But we have to look at another strategy because, one, I know as delegates, kuna member yako, si ndio? Amefiwa. Si lazima tuende? Wale wengine wa sako zingine wanakuja but they don't talk. They talk. Wewe huwezi fanya nini? Because hata hakuna kitu umebeba. All right? Number 3, our proposal is not less than the competition, what they are doing. Si ndio? Tuko bado bewal nini juu yao na wanalipa pesa mingi kuliko sisi. I thought kwa region that is what we agreed. We agreed that the payment of this money hakuna kungojea. So long as document zitafanya nini? Zinaletwa zikuwa nini? Sawa. Na tukasema anybody who has not updated his records, usichukue makaratasi yake. Na tukakubaliana tukasema any member who filled update records and they have not been updated, the Sacco is going to, they are going to pay. And we are agreeing that as we reach each region, you give your pending cases to the CEO. So that is what we agreed. It was just the other day. Tumesahau. Okay. That is why we are bringing this proposal, because we know with the 300, it is going to allow us so that we also support you. We support you to attend this burial. Ukiwa umevaa ile t-shirt ya alafu unapatia familia nini? Check, unawaambia Harambee imefanya nini? Si tuwe waungwana, tukiongea kitu tukikubaliana, tunafanya nini? Tunakubaliana. So I want conclusion. Yes, Mwenje?
Si kwa ubaya, naomba kuuliza kitu moja. One of the requirement ndio ulipo hii pesa, you must submit a death certificate. And the death certificate
Mario,
wewe piga nduru, lakini ukija kutafuta hiyo pesa utapata kizungumkuti. Death certificate is requirement. If you have never claimed for this money, kindly give me time. And death certificate.
Okay, give him time. Give him time.
You are talking of death certificate, but
Omuga ngoja kidogo. Let's colleagues. Moturi, let's Zano.
Let them make you know.
Tafadhali tupatie Mwenje nafasi.
But what I know, for you to be given this money, you have to produce a death certificate. I'm not talking of the burial permit. I understand what I'm saying. And the burial death certificate is issued when you return the ID. That's after the burial. How will you go about this, Mr. Chairman?
No, burial permit is allowed. You okay? Yes. Yeah. Okay, Mwenje, the delegates, Mwenje, I want to help you. We only look for death certificate when you come for the deposit, not the burial expenses. Are we together? Because utaenda uzike ndio rudishe kipande upatiwe death certificate ndio ufanye nini? Ukuje nayo. Yes.
This Chairman, this is where we are finding fraud as the members sinned.
Yeah, but what you are saying, we have been asking for the death certificate when you are coming for the deposit, not for the burial.
Even when you are claiming money for the parent or the spouse.
Burial. Yeah.
Nani amoi kiremu hiyo pesa hapa? Nani amoi kiremu hiyo pesa hapa?
Hebu twende Omuga, sema kitu. Yeah, Omuga is here. Yes, I'll give you chance.
Yes. I'm called Naftali Muga, Treasurer of Vihiga County. Bwana Chairman, I feel that the board of directors presented these figures concerning the amount of money which is received from the members, which is 217 million. So I feel that we just to petition Ikitu, we square Ikitu once and for all, so that you tell us when you are going to pay all the pending cases.
Okay. The last one I have Kamui and who? And Ken. Yeah. Wacha tumalize. No, hatuwezi ongea mpaka kesho.
Hello,
Yes,
my name
Kamui.
is Stanley Kamui. Chairman, this is my contribution. We understand the situation we are now concerning Sink Fund. The claims are not moving. The reason why we had been operating under deficit. Dear delegates, let us pass this proposal. Although, Bwana Chairman, we were being praised for decent burial. But after we boost our shares, this is my contribution. After we boost the 10,000 share capital, we may come back and review this issue again to go back where we were. That is my contribution.
Okay.
But let us propose.
Okay. So
Please.
you propose?
I do propose.
Okay, Ken.
100%.
Let's go to Ken. Huh?
Hello. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, Ken.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Delegate. I think, Chairman, if we consider everything that we've discussed here and we allow ourselves to allow the CEO to synchronize all those issues that we've discussed, I think I see that, and I can propose that we give principal member 120, spouse 75, the child 75, and the parent 30. I think that's quite a considerable amount.
Okay, let me tell you, colleagues, we are giving you figures with what you can afford. If CIC or another insurance could have picked this claimant with the 300, we will still have gone to 100, 150, 200. We are giving you what you can afford. So if you want to ride on a Mercedes Benz but you can't afford, what are we talking about? This is what we can afford at the moment. Okay? Okay. 4 seconds? Okay.
Number 012-8247. This matter, we dispense about it at the region level, and we were told very well that the reason as to why Sink Fund is not flowing, it is because what we are contributing towards the Sink Fund is lower than what the claims are. So tuache hii maneno mingi tena ya kurudia. I second.
Okay. Delegates, please, let me tell you something. Please give us time. We try and perfect this. Delegates, we are not crying about people getting loans. Indio, it is not good for us just to get a bad name because of a sinking fund. Even when a member has lost somebody. Let's try and streamline it so that it also becomes very efficient and effective, like when somebody applies for a 2 million loan. Are we together? Please, I beg you. We have proposed member 100, spouse 50, children 50, Parent, 30. Okay, can I see by a hand of show the people who are saying no? Okay, let me see those who are saying yes. Oh, the hands have it. George, let's go to the next one.
The last one from the last resolution is number 5. We go to resolution number 5. And resolution number 5 is about disposal of Sacco Nyali houses. Okay, we already explained. So we have a proposer? Okay, there is somebody just next to you. A lady. Oh, we give a lady? There is a lady here. There is a lady there. Oh, okay. Proceed.
Esther Nyube, member number 6986, Nyeri branch.
You propose?
I propose.
There is another lady there. Aya, you give a chance next time.
Okay, thank you, Bwana CEO. Nina second na kabla sija second, sikuwarudisha nyuma. Hapo tumetoka. Sasa kwa sababu tumesema ni dhate, si tuweke age limit iwe ni miaka yote. Utatumwa ukambie mtu pole hata kama akona 8 years uende mkono mtupu. Age nor age limit ya wazazi iwe no age limit kwa sababu imerundi 30. Na hiyo ingine Sacco isimamie hiyo, that is kidogo sana. Unanituma nikaambie mtu pole ako na 100 years na naenda nimesimama kusema nimetoka Harambee Sacco na sina kitu sababu amefikisha 100 years. So hiyo Sacco kanisimamia hiyo 30. Hiyo ingine nime second. Member number 57063, Embu Police Branch.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we are through with that. The next one is to appoint the auditors and elections. Na hiyo ni kazi ya County Director. Kuja kwa meza.
Okay, thank you, the chair. The rest of the board members, the CEO, and the staff, and delegates of Harambee Sacco. Good afternoon. We are on the agenda of appointment of auditors, and you have a report. And this report is coming from Harambee Sacco. And it's a report on the external auditors who have expressed interest in offering statutory audit services for the society's financial year 2022. And the management, in pursuit of compliance to Sacco Society Deposit Taking Sacco Business Regulations 2010, Regulation 54(1) and 6, and Public Procurement of Authority Act 2014, present the following 3 names of external auditors to the 2022 annual delegates meeting for consideration of appointment. And in accordance with Section 44 of the Sacco Act 2008, Saccos in each financial year have an external auditor who shall be approved by the annual general meetings of that society. And the Sacco Society shall recommend 3 names to annual general meeting, which shall elect 1 auditor to audit its books in accordance with Section 45 of the Cooperative Society Act. So you can see, number 1, It's Mwangi, Kamwara and Associates. That is your current auditor. The audit fee is 2.9, inclusive of VAT and disbursements. And the company profile you can read. You can see it's a certified public accounting firm and was registered in 1986. And since its establishment, the firm has been providing accounting, auditing, tax, consultancy, and financial service to local and international clients in different sectors of the Kenyan economy. The firm is well represented in the country with its headquarters in Nairobi and contacts in some major towns of Kenya, including Mombasa, Nakuru, Eldoret, and Embu. And the engagement partner has over 18 years experience in accountancy, taxation, audit, and investigation services. The audit manager has over 9 years professional experience in audit and assurance and advisory services. And Mwangi and Kamwara Associates has a wide experience in auditing financial institutions and have offered their services to institutions as Sheria Sacco, Muhasibu Sacco, Muito Sacco, Asiri Sacco, USIU Sacco, Hasina Sacco, and Bank of Baronda. The firm will provide a team of 8 staff for the audit. Mwangi Kamwara Associates is approved by Sacco Society Regulatory Authority to audit deposit-taking SACCOs in Kenya. Number 2, you can see it's Grant Thornton. The charge is 5.8 million, inclusive of VAT and disbursement. And the company profile is that the firm has been in existence for over 33 years. It has 10 full-time partners and over 180 members of staff. Is one of the world's leading organizations of independent assurance, tax, and advisory services. Some of the financial institutions he has audited in the past include Mwalimu Sacco, Maisha Bora Sacco, Takafur Insurance, Direct Line Insurance, Bank of Baroda, ABC, Spire Bank, among others. Is approved by the Sacco Society's Regulatory Authority to audit deposit-taking SACCOs in Kenya. And the firm will provide a team of 9 staff for the audit. The third one is Nelson Francis. The fee is 6.1 million, inclusive of VAT and disbursements. And you can see the company profile is a limited liability partnership firm which was established in 1997 to offer accounting, auditing, and financial advisory services. The senior partner and manager has more than 40 years of experience in accounting, finance, and administration in the public and private sectors. The review partner has 13 years experience with the firm, and some of the financial institutions he has audited include Cosmopolitan Sacco, Jamii Sacco, Hazina Sacco, Yes Sacco, Chuna Sacco, among others. The firm will provide a team of 8 staff for the audit, and the firm is also approved by the SASRA to audit deposit-taking SACCO. So the above list is hereby presented to this ADM for consideration and appointment. So at this juncture, delegates, I need you to confirm the audit firm that you feel should audit your society. Yes? Has it been clear? Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much, our National Board Chairman. I think from the list you've been given, and given the performance of the auditor who has audited our books as at 31st December 2021, I will propose that we retain Mwangi and Kamwara Associates because the cost is low as compared to the others who are charging exorbitantly, and yet we have to save money for the SACCO. So I propose that we retain Mwangi and Kamwara Associates as our auditors for the year 2022. Thank you.
Seconder.
Member number 54413, Fred Shigoli, Branch Chairman, Mombasa.
Seconder. Ready.
My name is Khadija Ahmed, member number 108757, branch treasurer Butte. I seconded.
Okay. Okay, thank you, delegates. I understand he has finished 1 year, so this is going to be his second year. He has not finished 3 years. Thank you so much. Oh. Nice. Okay. We are going to the next agenda, and it is the last agenda, and that is the agenda of elections. And before I go to elections, let me thank the board and also the supervisory committee, the management, and the delegates for that improved performance for the year 2021. And the sky is the limit. I know come next year, we shall talk about 8% on interest on deposit. 10, they have had. I know there are strategies that are being put in place to ensure that you reach that 10% that you desire to declare. So on elections, you know, according to your bylaws, you know there is a nomination committee, and its mandate is usually derived from your bylaws, clause 50A and 50B, and those bylaws were registered in 2013, and the purpose of the nomination committee was to on behalf of the board, manage the electoral process, and also as regards identifying, vetting, and recommending individuals qualified to become members of the board and the supervisory committee, consistent with the criteria and process provided for in the bylaws and in line with the law and good practice, and also to issue nomination certificates to eligible candidates seeking elective positions of the board and supervisory committee of Harambee Sacco, and also fulfill such other duties and responsibilities as may be incidental to the accomplishment of its mandate. The membership of the nomination committee comprised of 5 substantive members determined as per clause 50A of the society's bylaws, and the membership was as follows. I was the chair of that nomination committee, the sub-county cooperative officer, Starehe, and my name's Rosaline Mwediga, and also one representative from a recognized professional body, ISPAC. We had CPA Philip Kaikai. Please start to wave to the delegates. He's here with us. And the CEO was also in that committee because of giving information. He has to give information. And legal officer and company secretary to guide us with legal issues, and head of audit to provide also data, that is Francis Kitoni, was also in that committee. And the committee has executed its mandate as follows. It has reviewed and adopted the list of delegates who are to be invited to apply for nomination to vie for the vacant positions of the board and supervisory committee. And we issued a 21 days notice for the interest candidates to present their names for consideration. And the circular went out on 17th January 2022, which was posted on the society's website. And we processed and vetted the applications for nomination in accordance with the criteria for board and supervisory committee membership as defined in the bylaws. So in year 2022, the society received 5 applications of candidates who expressed interest in board of directors and supervisory committee positions. Of these, 4 were for board position and 1 for supervisory committee. And the nomination committee cleared the 4 contestants to vie for the board positions and 1 member to contest for the supervisory committee position. The following was a summary of the evaluation and vetting. So you remember very well, according to the roll members, delegates, a third of the board retires annually, and also a third of the supervisory committee. For your case, because Harambee is big, a third is 4 for the board, and a third for the supervisory committee is 1. So for the board, the criteria as spelled out in the society bylaws on eligibility to be a delegate, board member, and supervisory committee on clauses that 7, 39, 7, 49, 1, and 75, 1 up to 9 respectively. For the board of directors applications that we received, one was Ruka Kirwa Kiprono. Please stand. He was able to meet all the threshold as per your bylaws and also the election policy. Maurice Okati also, please stand. He was also retiring and he was able to meet the threshold. Anthony Akama also, he was also retiring by rotation and he was able to meet all the criteria as per your bylaw. And Stephen Mwakomba Nganga, who is also in the board also, and he was retiring by rotation, was also met the threshold as per your bylaws. Those are the 4 board members who were retiring by rotation, and they were eligible for being re-elected according to the law, and they applied for the position of the board, and they made it. So at this juncture, members, I want to have a proposer and a seconder for each, because they are no post. Tuko clear? They are no post. So we have Ruka Kirwa Kiprono, proposer for Ruka. Nani anapeana mic?
My name is Douglas Lucero, membership number 72063. I propose.
Okay. Seconder?
Matui Chairman Transfer, membership 113693.
Okay.
I second.
You second. So Maurice Okodhokat, proposer for Maurice.
Member number 06940, Mbagazgar Treasurer, I propose.
Seconded.
Seconder.
Member number 158072, Paul Ekai, SGB branch, I second.
Kuja pande hii, unaambiwa ukuje pande hii sasa. So the other one is, are we through?
Yeah, we are through.
Or with Maurice Okati? So we have gotten a proposer and a seconder. Okay, Anthony Akama, proposer for Anthony Akama.
Number 126808, Chair Migori, I propose.
The mic
thank-
person, come to this side, that is what you are being told.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am member number 121253. I second Mr. Akama to continue giving the services. Thank you.
They are saying you are concentrating on one side, come to this side. So we are through with Mr. Anthony Akama. We go to Stephen Ganga, Mwakomba Ganga.
Member number 92820 Taita Taveta Wilson Zano, I propose.
Seconder.
Member number 6855, Mite Alphonse Kerijo branch, I second.
Okay, they have been proposed and seconded. They go unopposed, eh? By show of hands, it shows that you have a lot of confidence with the work that they are doing, and they should continue with good work. So we go to the supervisory committee. The supervisory committee. Yes, and you go behind, please. That is what they are saying. Okay, for the supervisory committee, Joseph Yamo was retiring by rotation. Please stand up. And he also applied for that position, and he's unopposed also. So we need a proposer and a seconder.
Member number 113656, Kenneth Okelo, Kericho branch, I propose.
Seconder.
Member number 0162090, Albert Simita Parameres from Mepelisi Meru, I second.
Okay, congratulations. The board members and the supervisory committee, you have gone unopposed. Continue with the good work. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. The delegates, the next agenda is then other business for which 15 days notice had been given. And I want to confirm that from the office there is no notice that we got, and therefore that closes our meeting for today. We are going to be meeting for the stakeholders, game changer, members' education, and then election in December. I don't want to hear anybody amenda Christmas holiday kabla election. Please. Please. No, this time we agreed that I want to come to Mandera. I want to come to Teronyong. I want to come there so that we see where our members are. With that, I will ask Pastor Stanley Kosgei to close with a word of prayer. Huh? Dividend is 1st of March. Kila kitu yote pesa ya oli inawekwa sasa hivi. Where is the pesa itawekwa kwa nani? Okay. Delegates, tusikizane. Tumesoma governance, si ndio? Na governance, there is a lot of trust in it, si ndio? Na uaminifu, si ndio? If we don't want to practice in a branch where we are 3, how are we going to be effective? Okay, as I go to pay, I'm so saddened as a chairman that if I make a payment, which is supposed to be for the whole branch, to one official, others cannot get. Umesikia? Then the other issue is, colleagues, we have also other colleagues of yours who have been transferred na mtuambi. Are we together? We have others who transfer who are not in the station. Na tukiweka pesa ya holi yenyu hapo ampati na mtaki kusema. So, I want we do this. I want to be very honest with you. Who is the treasurer of our branch? Is he not there? And why can't we pay the treasurer? Why can't we pay the treasurer? Why are we paying the chairman? Na kazi ya chairman hata ukienda hapo si pesa. Si position inaitwa treasurer. We are paying the treasurer. Stanley,
tusimame wapendwa, halafu tupate maombi. Let us pray. Tunaomba. Baba wetu na Mungu wetu uishie milele, katika jina la Yesu Kristo twaja mbele mwako mchana wa leo. Tuko na kila sababu Baba wetu kukushukuru wewe kwa sababu ya wema na fadhili zako nisema milele. Asante Mungu kwa sababu ya nafasi hii ambayo tumepata tangu tulipoingia mahali hapa. Tumeona mkono wako Mungu kuhusiana na chama chetu ya Harambee Sacco. Tumepata mawaida, tumefanya kazi Jehova yote, tunakushukuru. Asante Mungu kwa viongozi wetu, asante kwa delegates wetu. Tunapoanza sasa safari ya kurudi makwetu, tunakuomba uwepo wako Mungu andamane pamoja nasi katika njia zote Mungu. Hebu watu wako wafike salama salimini. Wale wanatembea mpaka kule North Eastern, sehemu za Turkana, Nyanza kule Mombasa na kila mahali Jehova, tunaomba uwepo wako. Bariki sasa Mungu, maana utukufu ipate kurejea wewe, kwa sababu nimeomba haya kwa njia ya Kristo aliye Bwana na mwombezi wetu.